Greetings, folks. I hope everyone can hear me clearly. We've been having dealing with audio issues for the last several forevers, so let us hope that all that is coming through. I am Jim. I use he/him pronouns, and this is a one shot of a setting I put together for Savage Worlds that I call Mythic Rome. This is a situation basically in which we have the early Roman Empire, but it's also kind of in parallel with basically all mythology that's been going around. All manner of creatures like minotaurs and centaurs and satyrs and what have you exist simultaneously with humanity and are dealing with it in one way or another. We're going to kind of see where this goes as we're slowly just trying to cobble all the stuff together. I've got some, but I've got some background sounds that will eventually perhaps be coming in as soon as I can figure out how the bloody hell to make them work today. But I digress. Let's go around and say hello to everybody and see what folks are playing. Let's see, the way that I have this set up on this overlay, let us start, I'll go clockwise. Let us start with Maria. Hello.
Well, hello. I am Maria. I forgot what we're introducing, just our characters?
Yeah.
Okay.
Self and characters. Anything you want to say, really. I mean.
Gotcha. I'm Maria. I'm going to be playing today Theodrix, who is a rather flamboyant Caesar wizard. And absolutely loves the finer things in life.
Excellent. Delightful. Now let us move around to Jim. Hello.
Hello, I'm Jim. And today I'm going to be playing Brockus Aurelius, a Dawa hunter.
Yeah, this is the first time we've actually had someone else on the channel that is going by Jim directly during this session. So it's going to be so I just decided to put us at opposite ends of the overlay, and hopefully people won't get too terribly confused. But it should be quite interesting. Let us move around to Kat. Hello.
Hello, hi, I'm Kat. I'm at Cleric of Cord, and I am playing Titus Panarius Caldius, a Roman legionnaire and a true citizen of Rome.
Yes, excellent. Very good. Okay, so let me see. Things about this this that we have going on. Before I get into too much detail, let me just go over a few little basic things that I need to make sure I go over here. Like we do with most games on this channel, we're going to be using the X card, the N card, and the O card. If we hit something that's crossing a line for one of the players, any of them can type an X in the Zoom video chat or anywhere else, or make an X symbol, and we will back up and do something else. If something happens that they are okay having in the game, but they don't want a graphic description of it, they can type an N in the Zoom chat, and we'll fade to black on it, or we'll put it behind a veil. So it'll be there, but we won't go into detail. Finally, if you're exploring a topic or an area of roleplay that is particularly intense for you, but you still want to keep going, you can put an O in the chat to let us know that you're okay and that we're all good to keep piling on the drama. Something else we can do is put an O with a question mark after it when we're moving into a difficult topic, or we say and we do something and then think, okay, that might have been a little too much. Then everyone else can respond to that and let us know if we're still doing okay. And so let us do this thing. Let me see here. So as we are starting this thing up here, how does one describe this? So it is what we would in present day know as the year 37 in the Common Era. And we have essentially a situation where all of you have been recently recruited into the Emperor's Immunes. This is a special sort of team that's been put together to deal with unusual threats to the Empire. And you were all personally recruited by Navis Sertorius Macro, who is the current prefect. The current emperor is Tiberius, but he is not at all well. And in fact, where you are all right now, you're at a kind of a gathering. It is I would say it's kind of a... they're trying not to make it too much of a party, but in a way it is. In that this is at the Emperor's villa that he has out on an island. He is really not at all well at this point. He's been dying for quite a long time. But they're saying now that finally, at this point, they think this is it. It's going to be at any point now, very soon, probably. And so you have rather a lot of folks now gathered here at his place, and they're all kind of at it, sort of at an area that's sort of on the outskirts. It's all built up. You see, on this island, there's a number of there's a cliff. There's a little sort of rocky area, big sort of rocky area. So you're up on this on the villa is up on the cliff, and kind of the outskirts of it. It's very well appointed. You do have someone here playing music, sort of a light entertainment thing. There are a lot of folks. Most of them are politicians. Some of them are military. That they are essentially hanging out, just kind of waiting. Members of the Praetorian Guard are here, obviously. So Macro is also here. You have relatives of the Emperor who are here. You have a few different ones, but as Jim slowly tries to remember things that he wrote several years ago, and also history, yeah. You have his one of his nephews is here. His name is Claudius. He is not very popular with folks because he has certain certain limitations. He has a tendency to repeat himself. He's difficult to understand, and in this day and age, people don't have a lot of patience with that. And so he's a lot of folks think of him as a joke, but he's here because this is we're essentially nearing the time of basically his paternal uncle's death. His grandnephew Gaius is here, and as is his much younger relative Tiberius Gemellus, who is sort of in part named after him, and he's like sort of, I want to say sort of preteenish right now, so very young. And you have a few other folks. There is someone who manages manages a lot of the servants here. There's a Minotaur in here named Ambrosius, who is essentially has provided a lot of the slaves to Tiberius over the years, and is here sort of assisting. And everyone who's here, basically they're kind of just waiting around, pretty much for the emperor to die. That's really the angle we're at right now. Oh, good. The ocean is working. That's helpful. Okay. Audio for the ocean is coming in. So there are a lot of different folks here, and you're all just sort of each being kind of brought in to sort of see what's what. You've just been instructed right now to keep an eye out for anything unusual. But before anything terrible happens, I'd like to see kind of a little bit more about each of your characters and find out what you're doing here at this totally not party, as we're just sort of waiting now on death watch for the Emperor Tiberius. And I will go around. Let me start. I'm going to go reverse order and start with Kat. Tell us what Titus looks like and what he is doing.
Titus, while a fairly young man, having taken his position within the Legion by virtue of his patrician house and name, is a skilled warrior and has seen battle and has led men into battle. He carries those scars and marks on him. So he looks older than his years. He's just now perhaps approaching 30. He wears his hair, as most soldiers do, very short, cropped close to the head. He is in armor, and he is carrying his sword, as he is a member of the elite guard, and it is his duty to respond to threats. So he stands of average height. Again, there's not much to recommend him other than it's fairly easy to tell by his appearance that he is a patrician and a soldier. He has 3 of his legionnaires with him. They are currently standing guard outside at the main gate to the villa, along with the emperor's guards and the prefect's guards. They are his own guards. They, in a way, supplementing while he is here. And he refuses all wine. He is standing alert on the edge towards the walls, watching, especially watching members of the extended family of the emperor, because they are known to start trouble in maybe hastening along the emperor's demise.
Yeah, that's a thing to kind of look for.
Yeah, it's a family tradition that is well known. So he's keeping an eye out for that type of thing.
Just wanted to briefly say, Saint Guard, thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. We are playing in a Rome that never was, and just kind of getting started here. But, excellent. And remind me again. So what is Titus doing right now?
Titus is standing with his back to a wall where he can see most of the room, and he's keeping his attention focused on the various extended family members of the emperor, especially Claudius and Gaius, who are known to be... I'm trying to find the right word. They're looking to advance themselves. They have a lean and hungry look.
They might. They just might. Also, as we're going, just so you are aware, I've gone ahead and I have put a handout of kind of what the villa might look like, or what these types of villas generally sort of look like, so that you can get a slightly better idea of kind of what I'm talking about. as we go. Yeah, I'll go ahead and also show what I can of that to folks as you're kind of looking around here, so you can see sort of what it is that I am indeed talking about. As it's this sort of kind of thing is basically what we're on about. And now I'm going to move around to Jim. Tell us what Brockus looks like and what he is currently doing.
Okay, well, Brockus, apart from two features which I'll come back to, it's pretty unremarkable. He would be easily missed in the crowd. He's average height, average build, average looks. He has brown hair and he has brown eyes. However, he has hugely overdeveloped shoulder and neck muscles, common to a lifelong bowman, and he is indeed leading on great bone. And the other unusual aspect is his expression. He looks equally haunted and almost perpetually angry. And he is standing very much on the fringe. He's had some fruit, and he is keeping guard. But he's while Cat is looking towards the party, he is looking outwards.
Excellent.
And he is keeping the shadows as well. And he's not very approachable to normal party members.
Excellent. One thing I will just mention is that your audio is coming in a little soft. So one thing you might want to just double check on Zoom, make sure it's not automatically adjusting the level for you under your audio settings. So that way it will not try to counteract for things that are not there. Zoom does that sometimes, unfortunately. But that said, I can still hear you though, so I mean we're good. But I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that before I forget, which I have a tendency to. So let's see. Let us move around over to Maria. Tell us what Theodrix looks like and what he is doing.
Kind of an antithesis to Brockus. Theodrix has the largest smile of all people in this room. Given that this is a kind of a waiting to see if someone's dead, you wouldn't get that impression looking at him. He is rather lithe and yet muscular, wears a very flowing vest with no shirt underneath, has thick, stocky, exceptionally hairy goat-like legs, a rather short, stubby tail that just every once in a while will just kind of twitch happily one way or the other. He has these horns that almost look like elk horns. They're a little bit smaller, but kind of branch off in different directions. And then one set that kind of curves back towards the front of his face. He is surrounded by people that normally probably would have been quite not necessarily excited to be here, but he has quickly made good friends and has made them quite drunk, as he is quite drunk.
Excellent.
His hair, he's got ruddy red hair on head as well as legs. They match.
This is good. This is a good thing. So yeah, as you're sort of been doing this kind of indulging, and most of the let me see. Yes. So I think at this point, this is where I'm going to give you just a quick opportunity, as those of you who are here at this party doing party-like things, to just grab a little bit of information as you're sort of mingling about, and I'm just going to do this with. I think I'm just going to have you do spirit rolls, and we'll kind of see how that goes, and as we are leaping into this thing. So if you'll go to your sheets, then you can probably see in there. There is, if you can click the little die next to spirit, hopefully it will do that for you, and it will tell us what you get. Okay. So the wild dice all count for you. You're all what we call wild cards in this game, and as a result, anytime you roll a die a die with a wild die in Savage Worlds, it's whichever one is higher, and in this case. Brachus and Theodrix each got a success. Success. Most times you're looking for a 4. That's usually the number you're looking for, at least. Unless you're trying to punch someone in the face, in which case they have a special number for face punchery and perhaps other things. So the two of you will have kind of picked up a couple of things. Titus mostly. Has, I think, been reining in his friends a little bit, and it's kind of sort of dealing with that. But you do find out something that one of them in particular, I will say, Titus, one of them in particular is kind of covetous of at this particular party. There's one person or thing in particular. And I'm going to actually let you tell me what that is. And I'll come back to you in just a moment once you have a thought about it. As we go around, however, I'm going to say that of the Theodrix, you've mostly been just kind of sitting back and sort of leaning back and watching. From what I understand. So I think that as far as sort of things you've been picking up, it's mostly that there's rather a lot of superstition kind of hovering in the air around this death. There are a few people there. There is a priest from the Temple of Apollo here, and they are very concerned, it seems, about something, and it's you kind of overhear them talking to someone, and you hear them saying that there is sort of a concern about. Not to speak out of place, but the sorts of things Tiberius has been getting up to on this island, and the kind of spirits that he's been interacting with. There's a little bit of a concern there. Now, whether that's just your own general Apollo is better type thing that's a very popular opinion. Or if it's something deeper, it's hard to say, but there is a little concern over that. Theodrix, I'm also going to say, as you've been kind of mingling with these folks, they're kind of running a betting pool as to who's going to be crowned next, who Tiberius has appointed as his successor, which is really, this is what this is all about. They cannot open the will, they cannot pick up and open the will until Tiberius is dead. Thus far, prime candidates looks like is a lot of people, very popular support for Gaius, his grandnephew, a few people are thinking it might be Gemellus, because Gemellus also has a claim. Claudius kind of has a claim, but nobody is really taking him seriously at this party. They don't really think he's going to be... They don't think he's going to amount to much. A couple of people have... I will leave it up to you, though, whether or not you have read his treatises, because Claudius is a prolific writer. And he actually has done a little bit of writing on the arcane. Not a lot. It's mostly histories. But there is... he, from what you have read, he seems to know more than than at least he lets on. Or than people think he does, anyway. So as this is happening, okay. I now would like everyone... Oh, crap, bits! Thank you. Thanks, Rock, I appreciate it. Thank you for watching. Okay, well, we got to be serious now. There's bits on the line. No, but I would like everyone to now make a notice roll. If you look down into your skills, you should have access to... everyone should have notice. And if you click on that, a little die there, it will tell us what you are noticing. Okay. Theodrix is knee-deep in gossip and food and music.
And wine. Much wine. Yeah. Lots of wine.
So much wine. Mm-hmm. They have wine here. This is important.
It is in my body.
This is from the Emperor's Vineyard, for God's sake. This is very important. And I think at this point, as far as things are going, Titus is managed to kind of break away a little bit or deal with this thing with his men. Tell me, Kat, what was the thing that you have discovered about your men's covetousness?
What he's discovered is that there are it's not directly his 3 legionnaires that are the problem. It is former junior officers of his who have served their time and left the Legion, however, are using their reputation gained from serving with him to try and ingratiate themselves with several of the hopeful claimants or heirs to Tiberius, hoping that they will be given rather cushy military posts and slots, whether it's the leader of the Imperial Guard in Rome, strictly a position that is in name only type, on the resume. But that's so he's been kind of quelling that, reminding them that that is inappropriate at this point in time, and that those conversations are best held away from the villa and away from the current Praetorian Guard.
Yes, that is it's kind of important. As you're kind of attached to sort of the the Praetorian Guard. It's weird. This particular band of immunes is kind of outside of the usual system, and you're working directly for the Praetorian Prefect. So it's kind of a it's kind of a thing you don't want to talk about replacing your boss too much out loud. But you've managed to route that a bit, and let's see, Brocus, actually, the thing on the so you'll know the way that this works. It actually calculates the raises for you. So you don't actually have to do any re-rolling as you hit maximum. It does it in Roll20 by itself. Thank goodness. So you actually were the one who maxed out on you got an 11. You can have the 11 or the 11, whichever of those two 11s you'd prefer.
The second.
And so yeah, that basically is success with a raise because it's every 4. But you as you've been listening, you hear drums coming from a distance. And
do I recognize the drums?
Not well. You've heard them as in various campaigns through Italia. You come out and you see they're not strictly they're not how does one throw the there are a lot of funny thing, orcs also come from Italia, and there are a number of bands of them that use that as well. Orcs being all sort of descended from the god Orcus, who is a death god, a Roman death god. And you kind of, as you're able to sort of get purchase, you look around and you see there's this boat that's coming in, way down on the beach. Off to the side, you're kind of, like I said, you're off to the side and you're really looking more out. You're in an open air area, so it's not like there are windows to look out of. You just look. There are pillars. You look between the pillars, and you can see this ship, and it does have a banner on it. There are a number of that looks like this is a. This is a band of them that are on their standard. They have the symbol of the Roman death god on there.
Okay, I'll spin around and click my fingers a few times and just say to me. Just summoning anybody from the immunes who may be nearby. And if that includes Titus, let's get and Theodrix, let's get them in.
Titus will give one last warning look to the junior officers that he's been speaking with and approach Brockus. Just kind of quietly, not facing him, but to the side, so that they're not directly face to face, but their heads are next to each other. What is it?
There's a ship. An orcish ship coming in to your left, and I'll gesture.
You kind of look to your left. You're looking sort of on the out over the east side of the island, and you can see this ship is pulled up, and they're getting in their rowboats, and they're not coming like right here. They're just heading up to the beach. Right now, they're in a couple of rowboats.
I was not aware of any orcs being invited to this party.
Neither was I. I'll send a party down to greet them. And Titus just nods and just beeline straight for some of the guards just outside of the central portion of the villa, and will send 2 of his men along with a few more soldiers of the Praetorian Guard down as a squad to the beach to
Okay.
await the orcs coming ashore
Excellent. So they're
as a welcoming party.
so
Honor guard.
they start down. After after a few moments, you see Macro come in from the inside, from inside the villa, and he's looking around, and he sees you immediately, just sort of his attention, and he comes over. Is there something going on?
Yes. There's a boat. Look.
Oh yes, there that is. So that's where those infernal drums are coming from.
Yes. These are not invited, I assume.
No, they are certainly not.
So,
They
we
are-
hunt?
They are, yeah, and it's interesting. The Emperor heard the drums. It seems before this, before I did. It's strange.
Very odd.
But this looks as though this is going to be disturbing the gathering here a bit. Let's see what they do. He's just sort of looking out, and you can kind of see just sort of the tiny figures of your troops just sort of going up. And kind of you can see where there's this this sort of it's not a cove per se, but it's sort of a little bit indented where there's a shipwreck, there's a bunch of rocks, and beyond that there's an area with some old statuary that's out there on the beach, and you see that they've gotten out. They're still playing drums as they get back out on the beach, but they haven't gotten any closer. They're just standing there amongst the statues, and they've got their banner up and they're playing.
Am I able to count how many there are?
It looks like there are about, you want to say about 5 of them.
Can I hear the drums at this point?
Yeah, you can
Now
hear
that
those
there's commotion and everything.
Yeah.
I'm going to kind of make my way over to Brackus and just kind of slump an arm over his shoulder and say, "We got more party goers."
Maybe not. We have a ship, you see?
I do. Oh, if they're not here for the party.
Maybe time to lose some of the wine you have been drinking?
It's always good to have you around. I'll move my arm off. Just kind of like stretch. I'll try not to fall over. Do we need them to stay? We could make them go away.
And Macro's looking out at them, and look at some of the partygoers, and a couple of them are coming. A couple of the partygoers are now coming up, and they're are coming up, and they're looking out over the edge. Some of the folks Theodrix was talking to, and a few of them are like, "Oh yeah," and he's like, "I have the sense that these drums have offended the Emperor's sensibilities somewhat, and these folks are probably going to have some degree of issue with what's going on here. Go down and make them move, would you?"
Titus walks back up just as he says that to Brackus, having coordinated with Sejanus to...
Sejanus is no longer with us.
Oh, okay.
Sejanus, that's how Macro got his job now, is because...
Okay, I missed that part.
Sejanus was... that was... Yeah, that was previously.
Right,
Sorry.
That's right.
Yeah.
I've got my history for a moment.
Oh, no worries.
So he's gonna. He's already spoken with the head of the Praetorian Guard that's here, as far as securing the inner courtyard of the villa and thus the Emperor.
Yeah.
While just as Macro finishes telling Brackus for us to go down and make them go away.
Yes, they can continue whatever they're doing. They just can't do it there. They want to do this here as some sort of rite. As long as it's not bothering anyone, they can go to the back of the island for all I care. It'd be much harder to hear them there.
We'll
This
go
is
have a
maybe a
word.
distraction.
I'm very good at distractions.
I
Well, we do
suppose
have
it could
guards
be.
at the front gates as well, so.
Yes.
But perhaps it is best we go have a word.
Yeah, at least see what's happening there. But yeah, if they cannot keep doing that out there, that's going to cause too
Yes,
great a
yes.
distraction, if indeed it is one.
Yeah, understood. Understood.
No, but if they are distraction.
No, we're keeping an eye out.
Okay.
We'll
So-
speak again with the guards at the front gate before we make our way around to the beach.
Very good. So you start heading down. And yeah, the front gates leading up through the there's sort of a gate draped across the path, down the mountain. And what did you want? What did you want to tell? Anything in particular you wanted to tell the guards up there? You had said you wanted a word with them.
Just to keep an eye out, just that
Yeah.
to be alert, put somebody, make sure they got their best archers on. I was trying to picture it. I've actually seen pictures of Tiberius's villa, and I'm trying to remember what it looked like, if there were actually towers up on the walls or not.
That is a great question.
It's a beautiful spot. So it's one of those places in the world I always wanted to go. But
Yeah, I lived
anyway,
Capri.
I'm sure that there's at least some type of elevated spot for watching for archers to make sure that they've got their best eyes up there to keep an eye out
Yeah.
in case what is happening on the beach is a diversion for what might be coming up.
Yeah, there are a few higher points. Unfortunately, what I'm seeing right now is from recently, so it's kind of
Hard to tell.
yeah, kind of a little overgrown right now. But there are higher points. But yeah.
So he's left Flavius there with the other guards at the front gate to keep an eye out because he trusts
Okay.
Flavius the most, and it's Septimus and Davus that
Did you
of
got
his
down
three.
there with you? All
Yeah.
right. Excellent. So yeah, you head down, and as you sort of come down around, so you've got so you see as you get there, Davis and Septimus are kind of standing a little bit of ways because it's sort of over by these rocks. Here, I think I'll show you what it is that I'm talking about, so that you shall see. And here, let me delete Flavius from this map since he is not here right now. All right. So yes, let me also illustrate this for everyone, so that they might perhaps see what it is that I am talking about. Shall come down and we shall zoom out just a wee bit. Let's see how that does. Okay. Yes. All right. So we have this beach that you are currently standing on. And let me actually just go ahead and pull back out here so that we can make this a little easier. Yay, technomancy. As you're kind of looking out, you can see over kind of on the right. They've pulled in with their boats. And, 'cause, 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 ' what you're kind of looking at right now, sort of where you are. So you're over by so you're over on the left, and basically so you've got the so you've got this wreckage over here, and then over on the other side of things. You have these other folks who are not supposed to be here. They're drumming right now. That's rather a lot of what they're doing. Drumming and chanting. They're chanting in Italian. You hear?
I speak Italian.
Indeed. You hear the you hear them. They're basically doing a kind of a ritual chant. They're saying the word forbear a lot, and then they're going over to the and then they have the orcs have their own dialect of Italian as well. So it's you catch most of it, but it's very much this this thing where they're saying forbear, sleep, rest. Orcus is coming, and that's
As I hear that, and I'm walking with these two, I say, I don't think they're here for the party.
Well, they are poor drummers too.
I agree with you on that. Perhaps we should have multiple plans to they keep
Ask them
saying
politely to stop.
Politeness, yeah. Orcus is apparently coming, which is not a great thing for anyone.
Well, I mean, Tiberius is the emperor is on his deathbed, so
Well,
they're not wrong.
But again,
But I don't believe the emperor is appreciating the reminder.
yes, I was going to attempt to politely persuade them, but I don't think that's going to be an easy thing to do. They seem very focused. Perhaps we should scare them away.
Have they? I'm guessing they've noticed us. Is it obvious that they've noticed us?
They're not reacting to you as far as it goes, but they should be. So I mean, it's like you think that they have, but that hasn't changed what they haven't changed what they're doing. They seem to be ignoring you.
So, question is, are the orcs a group that Titus would have fought at some point within the Legion?
Well, sometimes, mostly when it's orcs, though, it's more of a sort of domestic peacekeeping thing. It's that. So you've had some experience with them. Anyone who's sort of grown up in Italia has usually knows at least one orc. There are orcish citizens.
Do I recognize a rank?
I'm sorry?
Do I recognize any type of ranking system? Somebody who might be in can I tell clearly who's in charge of this group that's on the beach?
Yeah, as you're looking them over. So yeah, in the rear, there is one who looks like their priest, who is doing doing some kind of ritual right now, and so doing more. It's sort of a little softer chanting. You can't make out what he's chanting.
That's where my eyes are going.
Yeah,
specifically to that individual.
I'd like to slide off to the left into the undergrowth.
Okay.
And I just...
Mm-hmm. You should be able to grab those various things and drag them around.
Yeah,
So yeah,
kind
absolutely.
of there to hide, obviously. But I want to focus on the ship to see if there are any more on the ship, and if so, how many? The big ship.
All right. First off, I will need you to do a roll of stealthery for me. To do a stealth roll. And then we'll see kind of where you are. Excellent. That's great.
Oopses.
I trip over.
Yeah.
You're just so
Thankfully-
very large.
Well, they are busy. So I am going to go ahead and make a roll myself. Let me actually pull up their stats. That might be helpful.
We might be able to help cover for him by having Theodrix, Titus, Davus, and Septimus actually, with Titus actually issuing orders and just like he's on a battlefield, calling his men to him and into formation to march forward.
Theodrix is just marching forward.
Yeah. So there's
Right in the middle.
you see, they're a little distracted, so I'm gonna roll for the warriors out here. I'm gonna roll a collective notice on their part. As soon as I can reopen the window that I just minimized for no apparent reason. Huh. There we go. Oh, good. All right. Okay, yeah. The warriors that are there don't see crap. They, in fact, I don't think they even have noticed that you're there. So into this chant that they are right now. Let me just go ahead and check for the priest. To see kind of what he's doing, and again, he's also kind of busy, but let's see. Okay, not enough to really, yeah. No. He's still aware of his surroundings and still knows kind of you think that you're there, but oddly enough, Brocus, even though you have not made a success, you're still they still haven't, they're not paying attention to you.
Well, there'll be a curse under his breath as he treads on a rather large twig.
Yeah.
Snap.
Excellent. And what are the rest of you doing again?
I am going forth with much intent.
Yeah, and Titus is marching alongside, but again, keeping with a little bit of a gap there, just in room to maneuver, and with Davus and Septimus on the flanks.
Okay.
Just
So,
like we're kind of positioned on the beach, we're just going to march forward in that formation.
excellent.
Yeah. Theodrix will take a couple of steps ahead and stop and open up his arms and in Italian say, "Friends, welcome to our gathering. I'm glad that you finally have made it. The party has been waiting just for you."
Yeah, they don't really seem to. So you say that,
They do.
and they don't stop chanting. The couple in the back, but these two up front are going to move up a bit to kind of see what you're doing. Also, I'm sorry, Brocos, please make a notice roll as you were going to be looking out at the boat. So I just want to see if you notice anyone else out there.
You see all.
You see so many things. There are a few more on there. There's like a handful of them, like maybe another 4. They are currently they're just manning it right now, and they're also beating the drums that are still on the boat. So they're kind of just doing the ritual thing. But yeah. It's not really a lot happening with them.
Okay.
Theo, tell them to stop, please, kindly. That they're drowning out the Emperor's musicians.
Of course. Going back and saying, good friends, your noise seems to be disrupting our good emperor's sleep. If you would be so kind as to relocate yourselves to a farther location, we would be most appreciative. And also, all of that mumbling is not very good. Why don't you stop that, please?
Okay. So I think now is going to be roughly the time that I would like you to make a persuasion roll for me.
Yeah.
That is what we are going to look for.
Hiya! Ha! Ooh, oof! Oh boy!
19. Okay.
Woo!
All right. So the drumming and chanting does not stop, but the priest stops what he is doing, and the others continue their own chanting, and is going to come out to talk to you. It looks like.
Oh, awesome!
So he comes up away from his people.
I'll quickly say over my shoulder to Titus, I'm very nervous. Please have some sort of sword.
I have an arrow knocked.
Yay.
And you see that he has got this. He's draped in this robe, and he is carrying a staff, and he had a bunch of paraphernalia that he left back over on the far end. But he's still, so he has a few things, charms on him. He's wearing this white face paint that sort of has kind of a bit of a death motif on it. At this point, Theodrix, I'd also like you to make an occult roll, just for knowledge a little bit about what's going on and how quickly you're going to be putting the pieces together in a moment.
Seven.
7. Okay, cool. So he will. So the priest looks up at you, and he says, "We cannot stop this. We must do this here." He's saying this in Italian. "We must do this here. Orcus is coming."
I understand this, but it is very disruptive. If you could simply take it
Further down the
a different beach or further away, that would be very appreciative.
He has passed through this island. This is the spot. He is coming. You do not see. He's coming and everything will be destroyed.
Do I get the sense that they are ushering the way of Orcus, or that they are trying to warn us that Orcus is coming?
He's looking. Yeah, as you're sort of putting this together, you're kind of remembering that orcs, by and large, worship their creator a little bit out of fear, and so it's kind of a thing where it's like this horrible, inevitable thing that comes for us all, and we are here to observe the cycle. So the sense that you're kind of getting is that it's, as far as this ritual goes, is there is a little bit of warding going on. It's kind of a protection-looking thing that they're doing.
Okay.
This ceremony.
Titus very quietly whispers to Celia, "Does this have more to do with just the Emperor dying?"
I don't know. Do I get the sense, kind of piecing that bit together, that Orcus is not just coming for the Emperor? That instead is coming as like a full on like death wave for all involved.
Zeus
It
preserve us.
could be.
That's actually not good.
It's hard to say. I mean, there's not really a precedent for that kind of thing happening.
Right.
But perhaps.
Okay.
They very much seem concerned about something.
Okay. One more question. Was the condition of the Emperor, was that like widely known? Like this group of individuals would have known about?
Yeah, word got out.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
yeah, it's not unheard of for them to have heard about that.
Okay. I'll kind of whisper over my shoulder again to Titus. I do not think they are going to leave, and they seem a bit concerned about something.
While this exchange is going on, are the people on the boat paying any attention, or are they just carrying on and drumming?
So, yeah, the people on the boat, you do see that a couple of them are actually now getting into a third vessel, a third rowboat, which I do not currently have because I did not think to do it. But they are getting into a third boat, and it looks like they're preparing to come toward land. The ones on the boat, as far as you've been able to tell, the ones out here on the beach are more warrior-like, but the ones on the boat look more sort of cultish. If that helps, they're not wearing, like heavy armor or anything.
Somehow more terrifying.
Yeah, in a way.
Again, over my shoulder, kind of just like keeping a slightly pleasant face towards our companion across the beach. I'll say, Titus, if you have any advice, I would love some right now.
Pray. And he's in every army has its own hand signals. So, and Titus would be aware that there are definitely going to be people who are observing, soldiers, guards who are observing from the villa down as to what's happening on the beach. And so, assuming that Marco is watching from up at the villa, Titus is going to kind of do a hand signal that would indicate that they are to go on to high alert and to just basically send more men and lock down the villa.
All right, so you kind of do you're sending that.
It's kind of
there, yeah.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Two fingers here, lock it up.
Yeah, it's pretty far away, but you've gotten enough that they can kind of see based on what you're doing that they're starting to see one of them go in, and so you think
And
you
then
got
the shield is now kind of up with the sword half drawn, but still partly sheathed. Septimus would be preparing a sling, and Davos would be doing the copying Titus with his sealed sword and shield.
Okay.
Is there a small pebble by my feet or around where I am? Okay, I'll pick up a small pebble, and I want to throw it over them in the direction of the boat. So the splash will hopefully make people look, and they will see the third boat. So I'm trying to do that without giving away where I am.
Okay.
So just a small pebble.
So you want to kind of distract them?
Splashing here or here.
So
to make them look towards the boat.
To make them just to make your friends look toward the boat?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's. Go ahead and make an athletics roll for me for that, if you would. Okay, 4. You're good. So yeah, it splashes, and Theodrix and Titus, you do notice that, and you do notice that there are a couple of cult-like orcs that are cultist orcs that have gotten into a third rowboat, and they're starting to head toward the shore. They're about I want to say like here right now.
Well, shit.
I'm gonna see that, and just my shoulders kind of slump, and then I look back towards the one that I'd been talking to, and I clasp my hands together and say, "Right. Well, it seems that things are going to become a slightly bit more uncomfortable unless you leave almost right now. That would be preferable for everyone involved. However, should things escalate, it would make me feel bad, and you would probably also feel bad because you might be dead."
He just sort of looks at you and says, "We will all be dead. Orcus is coming."
What are your friends in the boat going to do when they get here?
And he's coming. They're coming a little closer. And
Are they armed in any way? Do they have weapons?
They don't look armed. No, they're just they're rowing and chanting. He says, "They are help."
Help for who? For you? For Orcus? If you would let me know, that would be great.
They are. He says, "Okay, I need you to make one more persuasion roll for me, please."
Okay.
Question before they make the
things have shifted a little
before
bit.
Theodrix makes the persuasion roll. I have a power that allows me to increase or decrease an ally's trait by one
Yeah.
die top.
Yeah.
Or yeah. How does this work? This is my first time playing the system.
Sure.
I have no familiarity with this.
So in your case, the trappings for this is you. So Titus is a direct descendant of Hercules, and
As one is.
as a few people are, at least in Titus's family, the Panarius family, so you would kind of say a prayer, and then you would. Let me actually reopen. This is the new version of this power. Let me open your sheet and actually look at the text that I put in there.
I don't want to glow slightly. I want to give. I can use use it to boost an ally's ability.
Yeah, additional recipients.
Right.
Power can move in the form of 1 point. Yeah, additional power point each. Yes. So yeah, you would roll focus. Mechanically, you would roll focus, and that would just anyone who is within range of yours. So your smarts is a d6. So anyone within 6, basically 6 squares, 6 inches on the battle map, where that's roughly 12 yards. You can are people you can target with that, and what you're essentially is praying to Hercules to increase their ability.
Okay.
And
So
you would spend
that
power points to do. You would roll, and then if you're successful, you would spend power points to do that.
okay. So this would also increase my strength as well. So it's both effects happen. I increase their
Yeah.
trait plus my own.
Yeah. So
happens.
it's so if you're successful, it's 2 power points for your to kick it off. 1 power point for each additional target other than yourself. And that basically will set up the effect.
Okay. So let's go ahead and do that then.
All right. So you're gonna roll focus.
Neat.
Okay, you got an 8. So that's definitely it's a success with a raise. So you definitely were successful at this. So you actually create 1 die type, 2. So you actually get 2 die types on the on a selected attribute or a skill. So what is the selected attribute? Is it strength, I would assume, or are you? Are you
It would
choosing something
be.
else?
it would be strength for Titus, but it would be persuasion for Theodrix, unless Theodrix would rather have something else. I'm assuming that we know each other and have known each other for a while, know each other's
Sure.
ability. Is there something that Theodrix would usually rather have beyond persuasion?
No, I assume does it boost attributes?
Yeah, it boosts
Specifically?
either the attribute or the skill, whichever of those things, and either an attribute or a skill, whatever you're targeting.
Gotcha. I mean, persuasion would be lovely.
All right, so then he's going to boast his own fighting skill
Okay. So
instead of the
it's-
attribute of strength.
Okay, so it's just going to be you and Theodrix?
Because it costs me a PowerPoint per
Yeah.
extra.
So it's
correct.
right. So right
So
now you're
now
sitting at
here.
3 PowerPoints for it, but it'll be more if you want to add more people.
Yeah, no, just
Just the 3?
3 because
Okay.
I don't believe I know exactly where Brockus is, or could I just name him in the prayer without?
Yeah, I mean he didn't roll incredibly well, so you've got a good idea of where he is.
Okay, so let's just say Brockus can. We'll do Brockus as well.
Okay, so there'll be 4 PowerPoints.
Right. So
And so your fighting is going to go up 2 die types. Theodrix's persuasion goes up 2 die types. And what are you increasing for Brockus?
Shooting, if possible, please.
He's shooting. What was your shooting, by the way?
D10.
Okay, so that would make it D12 plus 1. Caps out at D12, but then it goes into individual pluses after that.
so my fighting goes up by 2, correct?
Yes.
So that
Yeah.
goes from a D8 to a D12.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And my persuasion goes to a D10.
Yep. So you get to roll a D10 for this persuasion.
Okay.
If you want, you should be able to change it on the sheet if you want to do it that way, or however you want to set it up.
Oh, I can. Oh, look at that. Is this? I assume this is not a permanent thing.
Well,
Oh,
as long
that
as
was
we
my other question.
remember afterward, just remember that you went up 2 die types, and then you can change it back afterward.
Okay, that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm gonna roll now. Oh, yeah. Oh God.
All right, so that's still a success. You're kind of saying these things, and trying to get him to kind of be a bit more earnest here, and let's see. He will hold up his hand, and the boat that is coming in slows down. They're like, and then sort of stop sitting there in the middle of the water, as the water being what it's gonna end up at the beach if it just sits there because ocean, but they're not actively rowing toward the beach right now. They're still chanting. He says he's gonna step forward a little bit closer. As this is going on, and he has his hand up. He's still holding a staff. He's got his hand up, and he says, "It is very difficult. If we move, we may lose it. We can try, but it is difficult. You understand?"
What are you afraid of losing?
It is protection. We are trying to protect, to keep him from taking over everything, from killing everyone when he comes.
Do I believe him?
I think now is the time. I think I shall say I think I shall call this notice. Yeah.
Notice?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
Well,
Kiche.
oh, well, that was only a 3.
You have no idea whether he is telling the truth or not. He seems earnest, but it's hard to say. This is probably the most that you have spoken directly with an orcish priest of this rank before. At least of, I mean, there is a Temple of Orcus in Rome, so you've probably talked to the priests there before, but this is a different sect. They were very well versed in Roman Italian, and this is, there's a little bit of a language barrier here since this is a different dialect. And he's trying to. He does at least seem like he's trying to communicate with you, but it's there's a little bit of an issue.
Yeah. I'll relay this to Titus and say, I don't know if they're necessarily doing us a bad thing.
Is the drumming necessary?
I turn back. Is it perhaps possible to do this without the drumming noises? Just out of curiosity.
The drums are the only way to draw him away.
I see. Oh, all right.
It is key to what we are doing.
I'm going to look at hearing this.
Titus speaks Italian also, so you can, yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah. Brachus does not, but Theodrix and Titus do.
Yes, so Titus in Latin is going to address Davis and inform him that he is to, with due haste, go back to the villa, report directly to Marco, and tell him that essentially the situation is dire. Put cotton in Tiberius's ears if the drums bother him.
Theodrix will kind of like raise an eyebrow and also in Latin say, "That is an excellent idea. Why did we come all the way down here if that's all we needed to do?"
We did not know what they were planning to do, so it's I will also order Davis that when he passes Flavius to send Flavius down to the beach, and that Davis will take over Flavius's post.
Okay.
Delivered the message.
So I'll take care of that.
And again, saying this, Brachus speaks Latin. So this would have been an order given loud enough that Brachus would be able to overhear what was going on.
So, as this is sort of going on, the priest is just kind of looking at you questioningly. At the two, those of you standing before him.
Tell him to continue, perhaps if they can drum just a little softer for now. It would be appreciated. However, should their actions or intent prove betrayal, we will kill them where they stand.
I turn back around. It seems that you have no ill intent, which is a grand thing for us to have come to. So we would wish for you to perhaps do your business a bit quieter. However, do your business you shall do. Should it be, or should it turn into something a bit more aggressive, know that we shall be aggressive back.
He looks sort of back over his shoulder at his warriors, just sort of who are chanting, but then also just sort of cautiously they've got their hands near their weapons, and he just sort of looks back at them. He looks back and he's like, "We will try and move. We will try and move. We go up the beach, but." I do not know if it may harm chances. Be ready. He is coming.
I appreciate your flexibility. Thank you very much.
And he sort of turns, says, and he turns for saying, he turns back. If he escapes this island, we will be ready.
Do I get the sense he's
But that
talking
will
about
be-
Orcus or someone else?
You think he's talking about Orcus? Probably.
Okay. Oh, okay.
He must not escape this island. And he turns, and he goes back and starts giving orders to them. And I think that is where we are going to go ahead and take our first break. As you have successfully managed to avoid fighting them, which is
Hooray,
good.
the power of words!
Yay!
Well done.
We're going to go ahead and go on break for a few minutes, and then we shall return to our saga and see what awaits us. We'll be back shortly. we have returned. And I have made the ocean slightly louder, so hopefully that will be helpful to everyone who wishes to hear it. We'll have to see. I was having a little trouble with the beginning music. Hopefully I won't have the same trouble with the end, but we'll see. We'll see when we get there. But at this point, so things happened. Down on the beach, they started to gather their things. Their other boat went ahead and came ashore so they could help sort of set up, but they were starting to break down, their kit and move it. The thing being that they still had to keep the drums going while they were doing it. And so you kind of get the sense that with this particular group, that they can free up like the priest and 2 of their men at any one time to do other stuff. But they always had to have, it looks like, at least like 4 of them. At least like 3 or 4 of them at a time doing this, doing the drumming and continuing the chanting while all this was going on. You do see that when the priest heads back and is gathering his kit, he picks up a very large, kind of nasty-looking spear at the end with this sort of ritual chant that he does. He pulls it up out of the ground that he had planted there and turns and sort of begins leading a procession off up the beach as they're trying very carefully. It looks like they're trying very carefully to walk in a straight line while they're doing this, as they're sort of heading away.
So we'll probably post a small group of guards then closer to the villa from this point, just where they can. There's still like a squad, maybe five men or so, between the villa and the orcs on the beach, but closer to the villa.
Yeah, everyone's kind of on high alert now as far as trying to watch for any more boats. The thing is that people word has been getting out, and so there are boats that have started coming in, but they're not landing. And these are ships from Rome and what have you. Everyone's just kind of waiting out in the harbor, just sort of like in the Capri harbor, just kind of like, okay, what's going on? Coming over from Naples, basically, and even in those days, many mercenary folk down there, and you are heading back up, and as you come forth, you see that Macro is standing outside of the Emperor's chambers, just outside of the internal part of the house, basically, outside the entrance. And he says, "I have news. Everyone, the Emperor has died." And there's this surge of relief that goes around. And he says, I did see him myself. The servants are now going forth, and they are looking for the will. They should be contained within his chambers. And we shall have it shortly. And the reading shall commence. And there's this minor cheer that goes up among some of the people quietly that is sort of hushed down by the priest that's here, and some of the Praetorian guards that are. I mean, they're actually they're still like out on the walls, but those you can see from here are like, yeah, it's gonna get ready to do, because the main thing you've noticed with Praetorian guards is that they they're just happy to have jobs, and they will have jobs by any means necessary. So it's they're just eagerly awaiting the election of the appointment of their next meal ticket, if nothing else. And Macro will come down as everyone starts sort of chatting again, and he will come over to the he will take the three of you aside. So what happened down there?
I'll just have a friendly conversation. This was nothing. Like, it feels a bit useless now that
Perhaps
Felix is being too humble. And now slap him on the back. He persuaded them to move. He could not persuade them to stop drumming. Maybe a hum would have been better.
Well, it sounds as though at least that is that relieves things a bit. When I start, but it is a good job at the very least. Once, at least as far as you shan't disturb the guests so much. When
they say
they
their God is coming. They say their God is coming. They are preparing protection. That
they
he
also
won't hear.
Yes. They also did mention that they did not want Orcus to leave the island, which is only slightly concerning for me, at least.
Unusual.
That is also a good word. Yes.
Yeah, we should probably stay on alert here just in case. But yes, I did see, as I saw them starting to move away, I went in to tell the Emperor, and that is when I found him deceased, unfortunately. But still, better heads will prevail. Excuse me, just a moment. And he goes over and he starts sort of whispering, talking to Gaius, who is he's got his fan club around him right now, and he's just very bright, cheery, young, golden-haired individual. And he's start going. He's like, he is appropriately distraught at what has been happening. And then, after a moment, just as the mingling starts getting going again, a servant comes out of the villa. And just sort of looks around, and he looks like pale as a sheet. And he says, The Emperor is alive! And everyone's like, what? And they just sort of all look around. Macro immediately just sort of turns, pivots, heads back. He was asking for his supper. He wants more music. And, are you quite certain? And so he says, he's up and about. He turns and he goes over to the three of you.
This seems a bit concerning.
Well, fuck.
Go in there and find out what's going on, if you don't mind. Just go in and check, please. I'll try to keep these individuals from rioting, if at all possible. We'll have to, and you can see there's a little bit of unrest now going on out here, and some of the guards are kind of like turning, and some of them are turning, and some of them are starting to feel a little unrestful themselves, and so it's there's a bit of very high tension now, feelings out here.
Titus is sending a quelling look to those that he knows that he can trust to keep things under control. Like, get your people in order and keep this from getting bad.
Is there a table or some sort of thing that Theodrix could stand upon in the center of this gathering?
Yeah, there's one. It's a little off to the side, but it's central enough that folks will see it.
Okay, or like a fountain or some sort of statue or just
Oh, yeah,
something
absolutely.
something sturdy and large that he can leap up upon and address the crowd and say, "Friends, there's been a slight miscommunication. Our dear emperor was unfortunately simply sleeping. Seems to have awakened, and we will go and check upon him. If anything does change with his current state of living, we will let you know. Thank you." Then he'll hop off and start going towards where the emperor is.
Yeah. And as you're sort of going on your way in, Mako will just sort of give you a look. He says, he just sort of shakes his head. He's like, "I can tell you, he definitely looked dead. Please."
I definitely believe you. I'm just making sure that everyone else maybe doesn't believe that.
Find the
Go
priest.
take a look. See what is going on. Make sure one way or the other what's going on. And he...
Warn the priests. We may need.
That's a good idea. And right now, and he sort of is looking off. He's like, "It seems that the priest of Apollo is being carried off to one of the boats down there. I should see to that. Excuse me." And he starts heading. There seems to be, they're trying to calm everybody down. Actually, so yeah, everyone's trying to calm, sort of like they're not sure what to do. It's very tense right now.
Titus is following Theodrix in to the emperor's chamber.
Okay.
Yeah, Brockus too.
All right. Well, that being the case, you go inside, and I'm gonna now. Once again, I shall, through the magic of the internet, I will show people things. So, you've entered this chamber, and as you come in here, you'll see that there are what seem to be rather a lot of dead bodies in here. Including the servant that just came out to tell everyone that the Emperor is alive. You see, he's... Looks like he made it as far as the fireplace. He's just sort of lying there. There are a couple of folks looked like they were sitting at this table and playing some kind of game of chess, and they've stabbed each other. They're like draped over it, and they've stabbed each other with daggers through the heart. The servant down here is currently sort of lying on the ground, seemingly being choked to death by another servant who is also dead. And you see... Oh, yeah. Oh, right. I'd forgotten. That's all right. I should put a couple more individuals right over there. In sort of the corner over here by the fireplace, there are... You hear this... Well, before I get to that, there are 3 people over there. But over here, there are a couple of people drowned in the pool who looked like they were in the middle of doing something, swimming together. It's hard to say whether they were fighting or making love. These two people at the table looks like they were... There's all this food laid out. It looks like they were stuffing themselves. And they've just died. It's very strange. And then, further back, on the bed, there is this figure who looks to be sitting up behind, and it's behind the. It's a four-poster bed. There's this sort of gauzy curtain thing around it, and you can see this figure sitting there. And you hear something coming from, you hear words coming back from the region of the bed. The revels will continue. And you're hearing now, there are these three folks who appeared to be just, three dead bodies leaning up against the wall with musical instruments scattered about them. And they slowly jerk forward and they pick up the musical instruments. There's this flute and another sort of little set of drums that's a different kind of drum. And a lyre. And they start playing. And these two individuals seated at the table jerk upward, knives still in their hearts, and start on the bloody chessboard moving pieces. The folks at the table here are like slowly turning around and looking in your direction. Two people in the pool here similarly are just slowly sitting up and looking in your direction. And again, very briefly, you see this figure of Emperor Tiberius emerge from behind the bed curtains, slowly jerking upward, looking around. He's very pale, jerking his head. This is an old man with the kind of fairly close cropped hair, sort of tousled, white hair. He's looking around, and you hear him once again say, "The revels will continue."
I've seen him looking worse.
Due to my knowledge of the occult, do I have a strange suspicion that there is perhaps some sort of occultish magic afoot?
Well, let's see. There are dead bodies moving around, so I'd call that a yes. I mean, it's a little early to say, but that would be my guess.
Base assumptions. Oh, well, all right.
You see them some of them are starting to get up and they're moving in your direction.
This is not exactly what I thought would this is not the scene I was expecting to see. To be perfectly honest.
Okay, I draw an arrow, get it in my bow, and I'm ready to act.
Got a big old staff.
Okay.
Titus turns just without turning his head, Davus, Septimus, Labius. No one leaves this chamber except on my order.
Now, one of those three you had sent to keep watch somewhere, did you not?
I had sent him out, but I think Titus would have called him back in with the unrest, seeing the unrest that was going on with the with the crowd.
Sure.
So, leaving the Praetorian Guard to do their thing, and keeping his three with him. So,
all right then.
No one
So-
comes in, no one comes out except on my order. Do your
Well,
duty.
So they are now. Yes, these dead bodies are now going to come at you, and I'm going to deal some cards, for that is how initiative works in this system.
Oh, hooray.
All right. Now, I'm actually. No, I should have actually brought out little boxes down here so that I could keep track of who everyone is. I had trouble with that last time, but I deal these face up so that we can see when everyone is going. So on the left-hand side, I've got it's Jim and Kat, and then Maria on as far as just how you're logged into Roll20 and what I'm seeing in that order. So that's kind of the order I'm going to deal these cards out, and then we'll use that to figure out when you go. Okay, so this is for Jim. He gets a king. There is a 9 of hearts for Kat. And then Maria has a jack of hearts. The dead things, most of them, are going to go on a 5. And Tiberius goes on a 7. So you have the initiative here. So what I would like to know first is Jim has the king. What would you like to do?
I'm going to keep him tight. And I'm going to shoot the great bow at this body, the closest one, in other words.
All right. We're going to go ahead then and... Oh, did you make a roll?
Whoopsies.
Oh, that's an excellent roll. That's really good. Okay. So you fire your great bow, and in so doing, the thing. You haven't fired this in a little while, and the thing comes unstrung. It gets as you're trying to do this, sort of stinging your hands as this happens. There's no actual damage to you, but it's yeah. It does. That did very little. So that was your turn. Would you like to move? You can move up to your pace.
I wanted to keep him quite tight, so
Okay.
I'd like to be in the rear, and I can't really be in the rear. I'm as far back as I can be. So
There's no more rear. There's no more rear left to be in.
yes.
There's the wall. That's all you've got. All right. So now we're going to move on to Maria.
Okay. I am going to taking a few steps forward. As I'm stepping forward, I can move here. And I think I'm not sure how big a cone radius is specifically in this map.
Oh, right.
Only because it's important.
Let me see. That's that. There's so many things. Let me see if I have a cone in here. I think I did have one. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Because that would be very helpful, would it not? Yeah.
Because I want to hit these two unfortunate dead folk.
These two. Yes. All right. Let me grab this up real quick. It is. I think You want to hit those two? Yeah, you could hit. You can stand in a way you can actually hit both of them.
Okay.
With a cone. That shouldn't be a problem. And in the meantime, I shall hunt for the cone. Okay. I do have one. I just have to find the bloody thing.
Fantastic. Well, as I kind of take a few steps forward, I grab one of the flasks that I have kind of just belted around my midsection, and I'm going to take a big swig, and then do a brief arcane gesture, and then just blow out this just burst of just bright white hot flame.
Excellent.
That uses 2 power points. And then
Let me see if I can remember how. Cool.
yeah.
Roughly.
Neat.
Yeah, that looks about right. It's probably a little bit bigger. I think it goes up to 3 wide, roughly. Yeah.
Neat. Cool.
All right, and so that's. So are you doing anything to boost it or anything?
No, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see how receptive they are to the flames of my face.
Okay, do your. The flames of the face.
Names of the face.
Please roll spellcasting.
Okay, remind me how to. Oh wait, no, it's right there. Duh, it's a skill. Hey.
You got a 4. That's all you needed to succeed on this.
We did it.
So let me see. This is an area attack. They're going to attempt to get out of the way, and if they cannot, it will do. I believe the base on that these days is 2d6.
Yep.
If I remember right. Okay. So agility. Let me pull up their agility here.
I'm hoping those who are undead do not have the agility.
I hope so too. Let's find out. Okay. They're not great. I'm just gonna roll 2d6. A d6 for each of them. Okay. One does get out of the way, the other does not. So I'm gonna say that this one on the right manages to hop just a bit, but you have now gone and done 2d6. So go ahead and
let's see. Hang on. So it's it is.
Yeah.
There we go.
There's a damage button on there, but also there's.
There is, but it's not.
It's lying to us. Okay, so this would be just roll 2d6 then, because it apparently has. The damage button has abandoned us.
It does not want to work. Is it just R2d6?
Yeah, /R space 2d6, or you can go to the little die icon on the drop down on the left.
Oh, and, not that slash. Well, that's fine.
And you can roll any number of things off of that.
There it is. D6, 2d6. Bam. Oh.
Nice.
Excellent. Okay, so that damage you add together. That's the only type of dice that when you do it you do that. This zombie. It does have a decent toughness, but you actually just managed to break it because you did 11 points of damage. Yes, this thing goes up like a torch, and is as it's coming at you, it's like, it's not doing too great. As it sits there burning. And I am going to go ahead and give you control of that template also. I've set it off to the left. But this one goes away, burning horribly. Now, I would like you also, if you wouldn't mind, to roll a single d6 so I can find out if the table catches on fire. We're looking for a 1 to 3 to see if the table does indeed catch on fire. For it is made of wood, and wood, I hear, is flammable.
Yeah, that's a big old 1.
The table is ablaze.
Yes.
So that's a thing. Yeah, it's a bit burning right now. There's a bit of burning going on this table. It's not doing too great. But there we go. Wood? Flammable? Who knew? So that was your turn. You took one of them out, and now we go down to Cat.
Yes. So is using my power, how are actions work here? If I wanted to use my power and an attack, is that something I can do?
Let me see. Activating a power generally is an action.
Okay.
So yeah, you would not be able to. Well, you could. There's a multi-action thing whereby you would take a for the number of actions. It's a -1 for every action you're taking that round, so it'd be a -2 to each action. So if you wanted to use a power and attack, it'd be a -2 on your rolls to each of those things.
All right. Not going to worry about it at the moment.
Okay.
So he's not going to use the power. He's just going to. He's a soldier. This is this is what he does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. So he's going to come to here, face off, and just shield up and slice.
Excellent. So go ahead and roll your fighting.
Okay.
And you're trying to hit their parry, which is going to be, let me see what their parry is.
Oh dear, I don't think that's very good.
Oh, you got a 4. And the parry of these folks is a 5, unfortunately. So didn't quite manage. As you sort of you hit it, but they managed to bring their arm up in time in a strange jolting mode. This is not someone who you. This is not a soldier who is sitting here in this chamber, but they jerk in such a way they did not telegraph their movement at all, so you just missed them by a hair, as they're shambling at you. Next, we're going to. It is Tiberius's turn. Let's see what terrible things the Emperor can do today. Okay, good. Yes. So, Tiberius is going to kind of come forth. As he is stepping up, and he is, as he is passing by this throne, you can see he raises his arms, and from a place beside this pillar, you see on this little rack that's down there, you see this armor just sort of fly off and come onto him. It just sort of does this self-dressing thing where it's this black armor. And the last thing that he catches that flies at him is this very large sword that just flies into his hand in its scabbard. And he comes around and leans against this chair. He looks, looking even more. He's getting a little more agile, more and more agile as time is progressing here. He comes over to the chair and he leans back, and he looks up, and you can see fire in his eyes. Not metaphorical fire. This seems to be actual fire in his eyes as he's looking you over. And that's his turn. And now it's the zombies' turn, so they're going to try and make more zombies. So the one in front of Titus is gonna do some fighting, and is going to horribly, in that same jerking motion, tries to drag a claw across your face. Apparently, their fingernails have gotten a lot longer and sharper and nastier. And as it comes around, it swings at you, utterly misses, slips, and falls over. It is now prone. And is just kind of lying there, and is just trying to get up. The other zombies, they move at a pace of 4. They're coming across here. They're not going to come down this way because the things are burning. They don't want to catch fire. They don't like fire. They shamble forward. And that's where they are now. And that's their turn. And it's a new round. Time to draw more cards. Jim, you have an ace, the ace of spades. And Kat, you have the 6 of hearts. Maria, you have the 10 of spades. The zombies go on a 3. And Tiberius has the king of diamonds. So, going first is Jim. Again, what would you like to do?
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm going to restring the bow. I'm guessing that's an action.
That will be an action, yes.
Okay. Then I'm going to move to here. And then I'm going to do I'm going to take a minus and try and shoot Iron Man, Tiberius.
Okay, so it's going to be -2. Let me also check the range here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. He is 16 away. What's your range on the bow? What does it say there?
15, 30, 60.
Okay. So with range increments, being the creatures that they are, I believe it's going to be a total of -4, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm double checking the new rules on range increments real quick to make absolutely certain. Let's see.
I'm guessing I'll know the range of my bow, so I don't want to give myself a harder shot than necessary.
Yeah, you could have moved a little closer if you wanted. If it's a 15, you really can just you step up 1 and you're fine. It's just going to be a -2.
Okay. I'll take the shot.
Alrighty. So that is shooting. And you got a 7, that's all you needed to hit. There is a table in the way, but it's he's higher up. That throne is up on a little platform, so you're good. So that means you get to do your damage roll. Let's see what happens with your damage roll.
Oh, I clicked damage.
And nothing happened?
No,
Uh,
it's
oh, there it
work.
is. Okay, good. So at least that category seems to be working for damage. So that was 2d6, and you got 11. Actually, yeah, bonus damage. Wait a minute, what was it saying there? Bonus damage. Oh no, that's only the bonus damage is only if you have if you got if you get a raise when you hit something. You get an extra die of damage, and that's what that box is for. So on the left, so you got 7 damage. Now, that's applied usually against his toughness, unless he has some kind of strange immunity, which he potentially could have. Actually, as it is, yeah. So what you see happen is as it is speeding, this arrow is speeding at him. It looks like it almost hits him right in the breastplate, but he does manage to just sort of it kind of hits him more in the shoulder area, and it doesn't seem to do a damn thing. He just sort of is sitting there, looks at, and just is reaching up and sort of looking at it strangely and looking back at you.
Okay, well, at least now I know. Mundane weapons may not do any damage.
Possibly not. No, it's looking like that should have hurt him. Also, I mean, you didn't quite break his toughness, and probably the rest would have been done by armor. But at the same time, it is looking like things aren't normal here. But that is your turn, and now it is Tiberius's turn. And you see that Tiberius just sort of looking down at it. He just pulls the arrow out, looks at it, just sneers and throws it down, and slowly stands up and he pulls the sword out of its scabbard, and you can see it is on fire as it comes out of the scabbard. It's this long sword with just sort of this lapping alternate orange and green fire going up and down the blade as he brings it down and points it in your direction. And he says, "This is your time." And he starts moving in your direction. Let's see. His pace is a 6. And I'm not going to have him run. He was grandstanding, so he's just going to saunter in that direction. And that is his turn. And now we are down to Maria. What would you like to do?
Well, Titus is up in the front, right? Being accosted by but almost accosted by multiple things. So I am going to what is the range of range is my okay. I'm going to briefly chant over I don't know if I have to be close by them. It says it ranges my smarts. Is that like the
So your smart's die type in inches on the or in squares on the
well, that's
there.
perfect. You're way within range. Okay. he's going to kind of grab the staff that he has and just start muttering, and is going to cast a protective shield on Titus. I'm going to use 3 power points so that it stacks with their armor.
Okay.
Should it succeed? Because I still have to roll spellcasting for it, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, goody.
Okay.
Hey.
Success.
Success.
All right.
So you get 2 extra points of armor for 5 rounds.
Indeed. And that's something in 5 rounds. If you want to keep it going, if we're 5 rounds deep at that point, then you can spend another PowerPoint and that'll keep it going.
Just one more PowerPoint, or
yeah.
equal to the? Oh, okay.
Just one more. That the way they've in the Adventure Edition, Savage Worlds Adventure Edition, which it is now, you can just spend 1 point and that just increases it by the same as the base duration.
Awesome.
Over and over again, and so that's how they handle. They just made that across all spells at this point.
Sweet.
For that. So you've done that, and so Titus now has
a little bit.
And moved. Okay, cool.
Just a little bit, yeah, just off to the side more.
I'd also like you to roll another d6 so that we can find out if the flame spreads, because that's always exciting.
Boop. I rolled a 5.
Nope, not yet. I think it's usually at the other end of this roll, but I'm going in the low half. So no, flame is still burning merrily there, as the table is on fire, but it's not. It's perhaps guttering a little bit, so it looks like it's not moving to the drapes, sort of off to the left, and the pieces of art on the wall and the other things. There are curtains and stuff around this room. So that being the case, we now move on to Titus, and it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Well, first, Titus wants to stab again at the zombie thingy that's in front of him. So we'll do that.
So stabbery, that's a 4. Parry again, their parry is 5, so doesn't quite get. The claws manage to deflect. They're moving in a really inhuman way right now.
Right, and he's having difficulty adjusting. Now, I want my 3 minions to attack.
Excellent. They do go on your card. I meant to mention that last time, and I fell right out of my head. They're extras, but yeah, they go on your card, so you can have them do stuff if you so desire.
They have slings. The range is listed as 4, 8, and 16.
Okay, so no penalties is within 4. At 8, I believe it's -2. At up to 16, it's at -4. Any higher than that, it's not going to hit.
Okay. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they're going to all kind of step forward because they have a pace of 6. So they're all going to step forward. That's 3, which put them all in range of this guy right here.
Yep.
And so they're all going to launch their slings at him.
Ah! Do it. Okay,
so now this is shooting?
Yes, so
fighting?
So it's going to be shooting.
Okay.
For it now, one of 2 ways you can do it. You can go ahead and use the character sheets for each if you want, or if you'd prefer to do it faster, you can just they do not get a wild die each. They each just have a single die. So if you want, you could just roll 3d6 and we can read each individual on that, and that'll.
And we'll just call it from left to right is the attacks.
Sure. Perfect.
So it's a 5, a 6, and a 1.
Okay, so the first 2 hit.
All right.
So Davis and Flavius managed to strike their targets. Unfortunately, Septimus, something terrible happens, but we'll figure that out in a moment. As that goes on.
So that's Flavius.
Oh, that's a significant amount of damage.
And Davis is
Okay. So, yeah, between the two of them, I mean, they're all aiming at the same target. So they pelt this thing, and Flavius manages to catch it, basically almost take its head off, catch it through the head. And you see its head just goes crack, and it's facing around the other way. And you see brain matter oozing out, and it just falls over. Septimus, unfortunately, as he's doing this, he's trying to hit the target. Doesn't quite manage it. Actually, will slip a little bit. And he goes down to a knee, and I'm going to say that he is currently shaken.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and mark that on his token.
Okay.
He's shaken, and so that we'll have memory of that for when he comes back.
So I just click on that for him under his health.
Yeah, if you click on him, you'll see that I put an S there.
Okay.
But you can also go to his, if you want, you can go to his sheet and click that up. If you want to keep track of that, that's up to you.
Yep.
Um,
Helps me learn the
Sure.
system.
no problem.
Can
Okay.
now, can movement be split? Because they've only used half their movement.
I think it's. Yeah, I don't care. Go ahead. I think it's. I have. That's one of those things I have to go back and review and see if they've changed it. I just let people split them up because I'm.
Okay. Because I think seeing Septimus go down, Davis would just move the rest of his movement to here to protect, just to help him.
Cool. Okay.
And
It. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. Was there anything else you wanted to? Yeah. Okay.
My mouse is being slow. Sorry. So no. Yeah, we're done.
Okay. It is zombie time. So, funny thing. So now I've marked this zombie that is currently fighting you with a P, and I can't remember what that stands for. This happened just last round. Something happened. You did something. Someone did something to this zombie, and I can't remember what it was.
Prone.
Yeah, it was
Prone!
prone.
Excellent.
It got a bad roll.
That's right. It stands up. Okay. It's a little easier to hit when you're right next to someone who's prone, so that was the thing. So it stands up, and we'll attempt to claw at you. For it hath claws. And let's roll its fighting and see what happens. 5. What is your parry?
6.
Okay. So yes, it doesn't quite get at you. It's like coming up and it's jerking at you. So that works both ways. It's not doing that well. So that's that one. This one back here, will come forward and attempt to claw at you. That's a 3 that I know doesn't hit. These two are coming out. 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's see, anything weird about there? Yeah. There, this one's actually going to... This one breaks as it's slumbering forward and starts moving a little bit faster. It's going to roll a running die, and we'll see what happens. 5, okay. He's going to come up at you, and he's going to try to claw you. He's going to be at -2 to do this because he was running. And fails miserably. Doesn't actually hit anything. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. This one too will break into a thing that not unlike a run. 6. Ah! Again, tries to claw at you at -2. And seems to have, as they're coming closer, it just sort of skids because they were, there was water that this one up front was trailing. So he basically falls and slides the rest of the way. So he too is prone. These two are coming around. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll once again attempt to tackle Titus this one. 5, not quite enough. This one again, skirting the table. 3, 4, and we'll try to run. Can run 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's here. As it's trying to come around toward the Theodrix, as it saw fire, and these three back here continue playing. Their haunting melody. Let's see. I believe that is everyone. And so we're gonna go to a new round. Okay, Jim is going on a 3. Cat's going on a 7. 7 of hearts. Maria's going on a 9 of diamonds. The zombie's going a 6 of diamonds. And Tiberius has an ace.
I have quickness. Does that mean I get to re-roll a card?
Quick. Let me see. Quick should be. There's a thing. Thank you for reminding me of that. Because I think that means you get. You do get that. Let me double check here, just because it's been so long. Quick. 5 or lower. You can discard it and draw again until you get a higher card. Yes. I will draw a new card for you. How about a king? Would you rather have a king?
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. So that's So it's still Tiberius is going first. Let's see, what is he doing? He's. I think he's still kind of going to be aiming toward. Brocus is the one that shot him, so he's going to kind of head that way. He's going to continue sauntering. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he comes into view. You can all see him a lot better now as he's coming through. And you can see there is this light, this miasma of light coming off of him as he is heading this way. And I would like anyone who has a cult to please roll that.
I did, but I did not do very well.
Let's see. Excellent. Yes. There is something terribly wrong with him. You have determined that now. There is definitely a cult influence going on here. That ain't normal.
Yup.
There's something. There is something otherworldly happening. You don't know if this is the god Orcus, or if this is just something else. But it's definitely not something from this plane of existence. That much you're at least able to ballpark.
Perfect.
So he has been sauntering. And so what we will do Let's see. I think he's going to try to do something terribly intimidating. Let's see if I can remember how that works. All right. Oh, yes, absolutely. So he's going to stand there. He is pointing his sword. He notices Theodric's looking in his direction. He points his blade, and he says, "Bow before your emperor." And he's going to roll intimidation.
Nah. I don't wanna.
Well, yeah, you won't necessarily have to, but he got a 10. So that is versus, I believe, your spirit. Go ahead and make a spirit roll. Okay, you got a 4. Let me, hang on, let me pull this up real quick. There's a, so there's a thing. I think it's just that you have, you're now in a kind of a state where, you're going to be at -2, if I remember how that works. This is just basically staring you down.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, we're just going to say right now you're -2 to do anything to him. And then if I can remember the actual rule, then I will bring that in here as this goes on. Too long. Anyway, so that's what we're looking at right now. So that's his turn, and now it's Jim's turn. What would you like to do?
Okay, so is there anything like opportunity attacks, or can I freely move without?
They do get to. So it works a tiny bit different. It's when you withdraw from them. There is a thing where they do get a swipe on you. Let me see. Withdrawing from melee here once again. Yeah, whenever a character retreats from melee, all adjacent non-shaken and non-stunned opponents get enemy. The guy that's prone won't be able to, but they get a free attack on you when you sort of step away from them.
Okay, well I'm going to risk it. That's 6, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep.
Okay, so this one is going to get a shot at you.
Yep. And I'll be shooting.
And he will miss horribly.
And I want to shoot at him.
I'm going to say that I was going to say he is actually now, as he sort of judders and sort of comes over, tries to get you, and just sort of is now sort of his whole torso kind of cracks, and he's now at an unnatural angle, and I'm going to say he's shaken. And you want to fire at him?
I do.
All right, make your roll of shootery. Goes wild. Thwacks into the wall behind, way over here. And that is your turn there.
That's me done.
Yeah. So let us move on here. So that was the king. Counting down, next highest card is the 9, which belongs to Maria. What would you like to do?
Well, heck. I would. I think, in fear, I'm gonna try to shoot a bolt of lightning at our good Dread Emperor.
Yes, thank you,
Was
by
she,
the
like
way.
raising a shaking hand and then just like.
Yes. So this thing is. Thank you, by the way, for pointing me to the right page. I'm now going back and looking and seeing it. Oh, I was right. Okay, you are what? But the thing that you are is called distracted.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
All
it's
right.
still at -2 from all trait rolls. Okay.
Perfect.
So.
Perfect. Wonderful.
So yes, this is going to be your bolt spell if you're throwing
Yes.
lightning.
I sure am tossing that lightning.
And so it's spellcasting, and you can add in other things, more points if you want more bolts or what have you, or more.
Okay.
More armor.
Yeah, it looks like I can just upgrade the damage, which I definitely
Oh, that's right.
will. So that's a total of 3. Oh god, I'm running out of magic. Oh no. Okay. So we roll for spell casting. Put. Can I change that?
I see why they did that. That is, once upon a time you could actually fire more bolts, but I think they took that away to make it faster.
Okay, so it's 9 minus 2, so a
That's
7.
7. Okay, let's find out what his parry is. Not his parry. You don't need to hit his parry. You need a 4. Anyway, what's
Nope.
wrong with me? Yes, you hit.
Huzzah!
And so go ahead and roll your damage on.
All right, since I
said
spent
bolt.
the extra, I assume that wasn't a raise. Oh, it was. It almost was.
Well, a 9? Oh no, it's a 7. No, so
It's
it
a
was not
9
a
minus
raise.
2. Yeah. So it's 3d6. Boop. Neat.
12 is good. So let's see here.
Metal armor doesn't do very well against insulating from electricity, now does it?
It does not.
Haha.
However, you find out something very interesting when this bolt hits him.
Knowledge is good.
First off, what does this look like?
So it's a kind of like shaky-handed, like just a stream of just crackling light. That like you blink and you miss it, but you definitely can't miss the sound as it impacts.
Okay.
Kind of like a little mini explosion.
All right. So, the thing hits him, and there is the mini explosion. It's like, and yeah. So, it like sort of goes over him, and this miasma kind of almost catches it, but it manages to push through. And the lightning will sort of course up into him for a second. And he'll be like, he's still pointing his blade at you, and he is shaken.
Huzzah! So I did something good.
You get to make another occult roll now.
I love rolling occult. Oh god. 2 1s. I rolled 2 1s. It's 2 1s.
So, the thing you realize is that he does, that magic hurts him, but he has some degree of resistance to it. In other words, it's a little harder for magic to get through, but it will damage him, it seems, normally. The thing is that, though, that now that you have done this, he was moving originally toward Brachus and was still doing that. But now you can tell you have got his attention, and he is going to begin moving toward you. So that was your turn. Did you want to move?
Yes. Yes, I do. In fear, we'll move way over here. Oh, kind of back in the corner.
Excellent. All right. So now, I believe we're down to Cat. Are we? No, wait. Do I have? No, those are 6s. Yes, we're down to Cat. What would you like to do?
All right. So I have something called command.
You do. You do. This.
So,
Yeah. That when they attempt to recover from being shaken. So yes, one of your Septimus is shaken. So you're gonna roll his spirit die to unshake, and you're gonna get a +1 to it.
oh, yeah, that's one
Oh
second.
yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Oh yeah, you're good. He's unshaken and has a
Form
rage.
up now.
Yeah. So he immediately gets up and he's like, yes, and immediately he's ready. So yeah, and he actually, oh,
Just,
there is a very basic thing, by the way, because I am such a terrible person. There's a very basic thing that I forgot to do at the very beginning of this whole thing that I should have done at this point. You each have 3 bennies.
okay.
Which you can utilize. It hasn't really, a lot's been not come into play yet. Bennies allow you to re-roll in any of your any trait roll that you make. So attribute or skill rolls. They you can also be used to help you soak damage. They give you a chance to soak damage, which it's basically if you get hit, you can do a vigor roll if you want to try to do that. You can also spend a Benny to just unshake. So you each have 3 of those, which you can spend. I also have 3 of those. That's the other thing. So me forgetting this actually worked both ways. I also have 3 of those for general use, and I have 2 of those for Tiberius. So just wanted to make sure you're completely aware of that as we are going forward and getting into the thick of this. So there's that. Now, Titus, what would you like to do?
First, I'm going to have the 3 minions go. Flavius is going to target this one, Septimus this one, and Davus this one.
Okay.
Oh, I rolled 2. Let's see. Threes across the board. I don't think those are going to affect them.
3s across the board. No, that's not going to do much. And they were aiming at just one each.
Yeah, this one, and this one.
Okay, yeah, no, they're not gonna hit any of those.
All right. So that didn't happen. So now Titus is going to go ahead and say a prayer to Hercules, having kind of catching this, despite being rather busy, catching the Tiberius out of the corner of his eye. So he's going to go ahead and use his power to boost his strength, and where he starts to glow briefly. His muscle mass increase. He basically starts taking on the superficial appearance of the demigod Hercules, his ancestor. And that will take his strength up by 2 dice. The next 5 rounds, and then now I have to roll a. Yeah,
you have to roll your focus ability to.
Okay,
to
first. Okay. Because I'm also going to want to take an attack if this succeeds. So or he's going to take an attack regardless. So it'll be a minus 2.
Yeah, so you'll be a -2 to this. Okay, unfortunately that is not a success.
Okay.
Because you're at -2.
Right.
So you would have needed a 4. You only got a 2. If you're doing that this round, so it's not quite there. I feel as though So, what is it that... now, one thing you can do, if you want, you can spend a penny to re-roll that.
Yes, let's do that.
All right.
Let's absolutely
Give that a
do
try.
All right. Come on, Titus.
That's unfortunately down to still only a 3, which is still you needed a 4. So that's not quite there. What... Now, this isn't a thing where you're necessarily going to be losing anything, but what do you think? In what way do you think Hercules is displeased with you right now? I'll come back to you if you
Well,
want.
no, I just didn't want to cough into the mic.
Okay.
Coming on. I think Hercules is displeased in that he did not. He should have fought the orcs. He should have taken on that challenge.
Yep. There you are.
And so Hercules is displeased with him. He prayed to Hercules to while they're on the beach, and then
And you didn't use it.
they didn't use it. Yes, and so his ancestor is displeased with him at the moment.
Yeah. He's not mad. He's just disappointed. Okay. So let's see now.
So he is going to still try to take the attack, though, because I rolled the -2 because of the 2 actions.
That's right. Yeah, you can still do it. So you're -2 to this attack. Okay, so that's 6 on which one?
He's probably feeling most threatened by this one that's been coming at him the longest.
Okay. So that's going to hit. That's going to hit their parry.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll your damage.
Alright.
Which
See if
is...
the damage-
Let's see if the damage works. Oh, good. So yes, that's a 7, which is what you needed. So which one was it? It was this one here?
The one directly in front of him.
Yeah. Okay, he's shaken. Excellent.
And that's my turn.
All right. Let's go ahead and go into the next round here. I think. Wait, no, I've got a 6. I wonder whose this is.
Actually, I'm going to move my guys a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Feel
Go
free.
ahead and go, but I'm going to go ahead and move them. Oh, God. I want to protect Brockus. But I don't want to get in his way either. Here. There we go.
That's good. No, that's a good sound way to sort of set it up there. Okay. Let me see. This round. Okay, the 6 that's sitting over here belongs either to Tiberius or the zombies. Does anyone happen to remember which one of those I did this? Which one of those is already gone this round?
Tiberius is already gone.
Okay.
He had it.
All right, that means it's zombie time. So yeah, let's see. This one will attempt to unshake. That you've just done on it, and I believe they have a bonus. Yes, they do, because they are undead. So you get a +2 to this. Their spirit is a D4, so it's a D4 +2. That's a 4. He is unshaken. He's gonna swipe at you. He's gonna miss. This next one's gonna swipe at you. That's a 5. And your parry again? 6. Misses. This one here. 3 also misses. This one down here. Is coming right for the Sato. And again, coming at you, lunges, manages to hit the wall, crack its arm in an unnatural direction, and it runs right up to you and is shaken. let's see. These two zombies coming forward. 1, 2, 3. This one's going to attack Davis. And gets a 5. Davis's parry is also a 5. That hits. Holy crap, a zombie hit something. Let's see. Strength in claws. Strength is 6. Claw damage. Go. 4. I don't think that's enough. Because they too have armor. Yeah, toughness is 8. That's going nowhere. Clang, 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 clang. All right. This one comes around. 1, 2, 3, 4 is trying to run. Gets 4. Ah! Is coming right up to Brockus and takes a swing at -2. And in so coming forward... Actually, no, I'm sorry. This one was prone. Doesn't even make it that far. It's having a heck of a time. Does absolutely nothing. Except, kind of gets up. Alright. Moves over this way a little bit. That's all it does. Okay. That's the zombies. The band continues playing. And let's see what we have next. So, for Jim, we have a 4. For Cat, we have a 2. And actually, I've got to redraw Jim's card in a minute. For Maria, we have a queen. For Tiberius, we also have a queen. We have the queen of clubs. And for the zombies, we have a 4. So, let me redraw Jim's card. That's a 10. That's probably better. So, the Queen of Spades goes first. So, Maria, what would you like to do?
Well, I've got a zombie right in my face, which is not ideal. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, using my staff as leverage, I think I'm going to push up and try to just double hoof it in the face.
Ooh. Excellent, excellent.
I'm really good at that.
So this would be fighting.
Hey, fighting is a 5.
Excellent. All right. Let me double check, but I think that hits. Sorry, I thought I would make it so folks can see where we are. Let's see. So that is a 5. Zombies once again have parry of 5. Yes, you're good.
Hooray!
Yes. So
Hey,
go
my
ahead
damage roll worked there.
and roll your smashery. That is a 4, which
4
unfortunately
foot damage.
not quite enough. As you whack at this thing, and you can tell it's got a very, very, very tough skin at this point, being dead. It's not doing great. And up, do you want to move or anything, or?
No, I think I'll just kind of like hold the staff forward and try to keep it from eating my whole face off.
That's always good. Face eating, not generally helpful. Okay, so that's there. So let's see, Tiberius's turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and he will break into a run now as he's coming in your direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As he's bringing this massive blade in your direction. And let's see how he does. He has a fighting of D10. Holy crap. Okay. And he's a wild card, so he gets a D10 and a D6. I got a 6. And another 6. That's 12. 13, 14, 15. The dice explode, by the way, just so you're aware. Which is why you've been getting like 11s on d4s and what have you. So, 13, 14, 15. That's a lot.
Definitely hits. It definitely hits a lot.
It's going to hit a lot. So yes, that's. I'm going to presume that gets at least more than 4 over your parry.
My parry is 6.
Yeah. That's
Just
definitely
a little
that.
bit more.
So he's going to get an extra d6 of damage when he does this. So let's see. This sword is strength plus d10. His strength is a d12 currently. His burning sword, so it's a d12 and a d10 that we will roll now. Oh, a d12, a d10, and a d6. That's right. So the d12 is 3, the d10 is 2, so that's 5, and the d6 is 1, so that's 6 points. What is your toughness?
My toughness is 5.
Okay, you're just shaking.
Yay!
Didn't get quite in close enough to do a lot of real damage, but you are now shaken. And so, yeah, that's a thing. Go ahead and make another occult roll for me. You're getting a really good look at this weapon.
Hey! That's
Excellent.
a 17. How does 17 sound?
That sounds awesome.
Just had to get really, really up close and really look at it.
Okay. You think you figured this out? He is essentially, for all intents and purposes, rather like a demon. He is being possessed by a divine force. It's not the god Orcus. It's actually closer to you don't know exactly which one, but it's this is he is definitely possessed by a sort of a divine and indeed demonic force that is generating this fire. So, yes, magic can hurt him. Iron can hurt him. Everything else hurts him less, considerably less. But he does have defense against magic. So...
Do I get a sense that it's the armor giving him a defense against magic, or just in general?
The armor's kind of helping. But it's probably more than... It's actually the miasma. It's the possessing force itself that's giving him that. But you do note, and also you rolled incredibly well, so it's like time is almost slowing down for a moment as you're doing the equations in the air. You do kind of realize, having had a look at it when you came into the chamber, that there are iron-tipped weapons on this weapon rack over here, and there's like a poker and shovel and what have you over by the fireplace over here. That's also made of iron. So those are things that would probably be very effective if one wanted to use something like that. Also, you realize that spear that the orc priest was carrying, that's why it looked so nasty. That was wrought iron. That's what that was. Anyway.
The more you know.
So, that was Tiberius's turn. And now we're down to Jim. What do you want to do?
I will move to here. Bow still out, and is there any impact with firing into combat? Quick question.
Only visually. It's like if you can't quite see him, but you can see everybody here, so you're good.
Okay, I'm going to focus on reducing the amount of threat to Theodorix. So on the zombie, which is in an unnatural pose.
Yeah.
Does that mean it's easier to hit?
I will say sometimes there's a thing if like you roll a 1, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. You might hit an ally if you roll like Snake Eyes. I'll put it that way.
I've done that several times tonight. Not this time.
That is decidedly not Snake Eyes. And you were trying to hit who? You're trying to hit Tiberius or the... Okay, you were trying to hit the zombie. Okay. That most definitely hits. You're going to get an extra d6 to your damage when you roll. Okay. So the bonus damage roll was 1. So you got a total of 12. Yeah, that's definitely... That's a thing. So let's see. Yeah. This thing, you managed to hit it just the right point. Its head comes off. Goes flying. Hits the far wall. It is no more.
That's the end of my turn.
That's the end of your turn. Zombie time. And so the zombie chorus over here is going to try once again to attack. None of them are shaken right now, so I'm just going to roll 3d6. And see if any of those do anything. There's a 3, a 5, and then there's a 6, which I'm going to re-roll. Because I know the 6 hits. 7, 8. So that, I believe your parry is a 6. So yes, that's going to hit. Let's see. I believe it's just another 6. That's 3, nothing. They're just like clawing at you, and they can't break through.
Escutum is a very effective shield.
It is. Let's see. This one here that's shaken next to Davis is going to try to unshake. He has a spirit of D4. And he gets a +2. That's a 3. He's still shaken. This one is going to come up and try to attack Septimus. And get a 5, which I believe is their parry. So he's going to, once again, more claws, which is a 6.
Toughness is 8.
That was a 3, 6, 7, 8. I rolled a 6, so I re-rolled 7, 8, 9. So that does leave Septimus shaken.
Okay.
All right. And that's all the zombies. And I believe it's your turn now.
Well then. Septimus, get up. So Septimus will get the +1 to his spirit roll.
So that's like a 3. Still, unfortunately, not quite enough. He can still move if you want. He can, but that's all he'd be able to do.
I think that he's just kind of taken it. He's got his own Scootum, and he's just kind of taken a knee behind it at this point.
Okay.
Can he still attack? Can he from
not
that?
while shaken. No.
Okay.
He can just move around if he wants.
Davis is going to stab at the one in front of him.
Okay, that one is shaken. So if you do damage, you'll get it. Okay. That's 5. That's gonna hit, and go ahead and roll the damage for it.
10 or
10.
8. Yeah.
All
10.
right. Decapitates the thing. It's gone.
Excellent. Flavis is going to move to this one and attack him as well with his Gladius.
Excellent. Nope, nothing there. Slowly just sort of weaving around it. All right, and
Titus.
you yourself. Yes, what's Titus?
Yeah, he's going to try the prayer again, see if.
All right.
So that's.
Are you doing this at -2, or are you just doing this as your entire action?
I'm going to do it at a -2.
All right.
So this is a focus. I'm gonna use another Benny to reroll.
feel free.
5?
5, that does it. That's a
Woo.
success. So it's only boosted by 1, but it's boosted. What are you boosting?
Um,
And who are you boosting? And by how much?
I'm boosting. Titus is boosting himself, and he's going to. I think he's gonna boost his fighting
All right.
because he's gonna get these hits in.
Okay.
So that goes up to a D10, correct?
Mm-hmm. So it goes up 1 die
All right.
type. Were you spending points to boost anybody else, or just you?
Nope,
All right.
just me. And
You got
he
it.
is. Which are any of the 3 of these shaken again?
Let me take a look real quick. No.
Nope. He's going to go after the one that's closest to him then. Or,
Alright.
I'm sorry, this one that's in front of him. The
This one that's been just dogging you from the beginning.
yeah,
All right.
yeah, that's the one he's going to go after. So that's a
Okay.
5?
Yeah, that hits.
All right, finally. 11 damage.
11 damage. Yes. So this one, you immediately just chop this one in half. Finally, the light of Hercules comes into your eyes. You have had enough of this.
I had
And it's gone.
Oh, finally. He's going to step to here. I don't think that takes him out of fighting
No.
with the 2 of them.
Yeah. Nope, it does not. As long as you don't break from combat from anyone that you're engaged with, then you're fine. You can move all around them if you like, as long as you're still in range.
Okay. And where did you say those iron weapons were?
So Theodrix noticed them over
Oh.
here and over here.
Okay. I had
And-
missed that. I don't know if he knows that or not, but I just had missed.
Well,
when
you
it was-
you could have, you've been a little busy, but you could have seen that, and this was a recent revelation, so Theodrix was kind of glancing in that direction. And so you could conceivably look and see that there are some nasty looking weapons there.
Okay.
And, and fireplace, fire kit type stuff. New round.
Okay.
We haven't hit any jokers yet. This is wild. All right, so Jim gets an 8. Kat also gets an 8, 8 of spades. And Maria gets a jack of spades. Tiberius gets a 2. And the Titus House Band gets a 5. Along with all the other zombies. So, jack of spades. Theodrix, what would you like to do?
Well, the first thing I would love to do is more specifically, announce to my companions, as I'm trying to smack off this bad emperor, he's just going to shout out, "Iron! We need iron!" And then is going to hit the emperor with the staff.
Excellent. Surely that will do something.
I mean, well, hang on, hold up, hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Am I gonna do that? I am not. I am instead. No, I'm gonna set the emperor on fire. I'm gonna try that.
When in doubt.
When in doubt, flame it out. Yeah. Cause that. Oh, hang on. No, I'm just gonna do lightning again.
Okay.
Because I don't want to set my companion on fire. It is
Why
definitely
not?
a cone, and yeah, nah, not today.
Okay.
All right, we'll do it with the extra damage, assuming that it hits.
Mm-hmm.
Ba-ba-da.
So when you're right next to someone, usually you're going to need to hit their parry with a ranged attack.
Okay.
And so that this is magic, so I think it'll probably work anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I think
It says there's no range penalties.
Yeah, I think you'll be fine. Go ahead.
specific. It does. It says specifically with this one that there's no range penalties. It is
Okay.
affected by cover, illumination, and all of their usual
Okay, yeah,
penalties.
you're fine then. You're absolutely fine then. Don't worry about it. You just need a
Hooray.
4.
Yeah. Oh well,
And-
that's a 5.
Which is good, because that's a 5.
Cool.
All right.
Cool. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. So 3d6 damage. Boop.
That's very good.
That's 12.
So, quick note, you rolled a 6 as part of that, so you get to re-roll that. You roll another 6 and add it to it.
Yay.
Or the dice explode.
Huzzah.
that's-
So 14 total. And essentially I just want to like reach out and literally just like touch his chest. Yeah. Like not try to touch or this face. Wherever there is exposed skin, that's where I want to just like
Here, Your Excellency!
yeah, and as I kind of like build up this Kamehameha, I want to just like say, sorry, just smush it in his face.
So, would it be safe to say that Theodrix has a brand?
Might be.
Maybe. I don't know.
The branding iron joke go right over. Never mind.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that went woof.
Well, you are going to leave an impression here, because, yeah, you have just, he jolts back and forth, and you see the miasma around him just sort of also flickering as you do this. And he's like, "Ah!" You have wounded him.
I've done it. I've cracked the eggshell.
And because you did as much damage as you did, you got a raise on it. And so he's got 2 wounds because of this. So he's at minuses now. And he's like, "Ah, insolent wizard!" He's not. He's kind of upset now. Also, you've heard his feelings. So that was your turn. Unless you would like to move or anything. He is shaken right now. So if you want to move, you can get away.
Oh, that sounds like a grand idea. Yes. I'm gonna loop onto. Oh gosh, 3. I'm gonna go over by my friendly burning table.
It's a good table. It's a good fire.
It's a good, nice warm fire.
It's a contained fire, so it's not spreading. But yeah, there it is. All right.
Actually, yeah, I'm gonna just go back to back with my friend here.
Feel free. There we go.
Okay.
Ah!
Ah!
Excellent. So now we are over to Titus, who has an 8 of spades.
All right. Well, he's going to yell at Septimus to get up again first. Because
Okay. Yep. Septimus, go ahead and rolls their spirit +1. Oh, excellent.
All
Septimus
right.
is doing great. Leaps right up.
And stabs at the zombie.
Yeah. I think I don't think this is a rule, but I think when you get a raise on your recovery, I think and because it's different now, I'm going to give you a +2.
Oh, excellent. So that would be a 6.
Which now hits. So yes, go ahead and do the damage. That is a heck of a recovery.
He's feeling much better now.
The legs are chopped right off this thing. It starts trying to crawl away, and Septimus manages to like plunge the blade down through its skull into the floor. It's gone. Septimus finally turning around.
He's probably more afraid of his boss than he is of the zombies.
Yeah, that's fair. What's everyone? What are you and your other the rest of your teammates doing?
Well, Flavius is going to move up to here and attack that one
Mm-hmm.
and miss.
All right.
And Davis is going to move to here. Yeah, because that's within range. And then also attack this same one here. That's a 4.
Not quite enough, unfortunately. Gotta get a 5 on these.
All right. And then Titus is going to attack this one.
All right.
So it's-
Oh, that's excellent. So you're going to get an extra d6 of damage on this one.
All right.
As you carve into it.
Let me-
Okay, so 4 plus 4 is 8. And so let's see. It's, as I recall, these zombies, their toughness is 7, so it is shaken. So you got it's like, ugh. All right. And so that's you. Now over to Brocus. What are you doing?
Okay, well, he was a little transfixed by the lightning show, but he heard iron, so he starts to run.
Okay.
There.
So
So
you can
there.
go up to there, and then you roll a d6 for your running die, unless you
He's
have.
not going to dash. He's starting to run, but as he runs, he's going to turn back and
Gotcha.
fire an arrow over his shoulder backwards. At
Oh,
you.
excellent. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, absolutely. That's a 5, and yeah, that's should be within range. Who are you trying to hit? I presume you're trying to hit the Emperor? Okay, that's
Yep.
excellent. Okay, yes, that hits. What's your... go ahead and make your damage roll. Okay, that's 6, which is not quite good enough to penetrate anything, so it just sort of immediately just sort of clangs off the armor.
And he just says, "Follow me,"
He's
with a
like,
laugh.
trying to get his trying to get his attention. All right. Well, moving over here, it is in fact the zombie's turn. So let's see. This one here is going to try to unshake. Gets a d4 plus 2, so that's a 3 effectively. So that's nothing. Still shaken. This one also. Wait a minute. Is this one also shaken? No, it's not. Excellent. This one's going to attempt to hack at Flavius, who's just come up to it. And gets a 3, no luck. And the band continues playing. So that's the zombies. It is now the Emperor's turn. So you shot at the Emperor, but he has a more pressing concern. Is there someone in this room that can damage him? So that he feels as though should be his top priority. I will, however, Brocus, I'm going to give you a... Do you have taunt?
I do not see taunt on my
On your
sheet.
list? Okay. So you're going to make an unskilled roll, an unskilled taunt roll, to see if you, as this is going on, I want to see if you actually were successful in getting him to follow you. Unfortunately, no. That was, that's down to a 3. So, he just is like, and, 1, 2, 3. Going to step, well, actually, he's shaken. I need to unshake first. Let me try that. What is his spirit? His spirit is a d8, so it's a d8 minus 2. He is still shaken. All he can do is move. He is looming up toward you. Ah. All right. So that's the Emperor. New round. Jim, that's a 6, which is like the minimum card you can get. And for Titus, Titus gets a Jack of Clubs. Theodrix gets an 8 of Hearts. The Emperor gets a 10 of Hearts. And the zombies get an 8. Alright, so Jack of Clubs. Titus Panarius, what are you doing?
Titus is having his troops form a shield wall. Septimus moves up.
Mm-hmm.
Lady moves up.
Mm-hmm.
Davis moves
Yep.
up.
That's totally
And
fine.
they are now a shield wall, essentially at the Emperor. And I think they probably all know about the iron thing, but it does. There's still their goal is to drive him back to do that push. That
Oh,
lockstep of the shield where they push forward and then you stab between and put. So that's their training. That's what they're all going to do is all take a stab at the Emperor.
All right.
So I can just roll the 3d6.
Okay, so if you want to do a push, now we can do a push if you want. If you want to have one of them or both or all of them do a push to move him, you can do that. That will not do damage, but it's an opposed roll of strength, and if the attacker successfully pushes the foe back up to back up 1 inch, there with a raise, distance is 2 inches. A character who successfully pushed makes an athletics roll or is knocked prone. So opposed strength. I'm going to give you each. I'm going to give you each each of these troops a +2 bonus. Actually, a +3 bonus because there's you've got. Ordinarily, this isn't. I'm going to give them a +2 bonus because they're trained in this and they're doing it together.
Okay.
So yeah, this is make a strength roll. Basically, each of them gets a d6 or whatever their strength is. If it's their
So
strength.
let's do our. So I'll just do 3d6 to
Mhm.
see how they do.
Yeah, and each one we just note is they're each gonna
A
have
3,
2.
a 2, and a 5. So 5, a 4, and a 7.
Okay, so Tiberius is going to be defending against the 7, and now his strength is a d12, but he's still at -2, so we'll see. So that's a 12, unfortunately, which means I got to roll that again. That's a 6, so yeah, that is a 16. Factoring in the -2, so you do not manage to push him back. He's like, ah! But his attention is now focused on this shield wall. So congratulations, success there.
And Titus got to kill these 2 zombies.
Righto.
All right. So that's a 6.
Okay. So that hits.
Okay. So damage 10.
Yeah, that'll do it. Which one?
This one.
That one is shaken. Yeah, you get it. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah, that's what it is. That was enough to get it because it was shaken. Because you would have needed 11 to be able to really do otherwise. Yes, it's gone. You have managed to once again slice this one from stem to stern. It falls completely apart. And it is deceased. Let us know if you would like to move or anything.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
all right.
it. We're
Excellent.
good.
Now, it's the Emperor's turn. The Emperor will attempt to unshake. The Emperor's Spirit is a D8. This is a D8 -2. And then he also gets a D6 because he has a wild card. That's not helpful at all. That's also not helpful. Emperor is still shaken. It's like he's leering at this shield wall completely, his attention completely taken up by it. So that's him. And as we continue to head down, I believe I've got a 10 here. Another 10. Oh no, that's an 8. Does anyone else have an 8? Yes. Theodrix has an 8 of hearts, which beats my 8 of clubs. So, first off, we should see if you unshake. You were actually shaken a little earlier, so go ahead and make a spirit roll, please.
I think I did.
Oh, you definitely did. I'm going to give you a +2 to your next action because you recover so brilliantly. What would you like to do?
Fantastic. Okay. Well, there's me, and there's this emperor in front of me, you see.
Yep.
Well, all right. I only have 4 points of magic left. That's not a good amount of magic left. What are the odds? All right. 2 questions. 1, do I think that this sword in particular is giving if I were to take this sword away from him, would I then be able to use this sword in all of its fiery grossness?
I think, yeah, well, because he is, from your understanding of the way this kind of balefire works, that he has imbued some of this sword with some of, whoever this really is, has imbued the sword with some of their essence. So as long as they're standing, it should work.
Sweet. Okay, cool. I would like to try to take the sword from the emperor.
Okay, excellent. We're doing a disarm. Let's see. Disarm. Page 100. Yay. Index. Okay. So, now just first hit the object. This is a called shot. This is a pretty big-ass sword. And the defender must make a strength roll equal to the damage or drop the item. So, called shot here is going to be. I'm just going to say it's usually a -2 to hit a limb, so I'm going to say this sword is going to be big enough to hit on its own because it's like a great sword. So just -2 to try to do this as a disarm.
Okay. What do I roll to disarm? Do I do fighting? Do I just do strength? Do I do something else?
I believe this is fighting.
Okay, well that would be a lot better than strength.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hitting it with a called shot, so it's just
Okay.
it's fighting -2.
Okay. So fighting -2, but I'm getting +2 because
because you recovered
roll,
really well.
So it's
yeah.
just
So
fighting.
Straight fighting.
Well, that's
Okay.
a 5.
That's a 5. Now. Make an opponent drop a weapon or attempt to making a melee or ranged attack. Just hit the object on the opponent's limb or the opponent's limb or hand. I think I would say this would probably need to be something that would hit his parry. Unfortunately, as this is something that he's like carrying. So his parry is a 9. The only issue here. Now you could attempt to Benny that if you want.
Oh, yes. I forgot I have those. I still have 3. I would love to. Yes, please.
And you get to keep whatever the highest result is whenever you do.
Okay. Wow.
If you want, you can keep going, but that's up to you. You've got 2 more.
Okay, I'm gonna use one more
All right.
because I think this is important.
Okie doke.
Be good. Nope, it's 5. Well,
All right.
5 is my good.
You
Awesome.
don't quite manage. That thing is in his hand in an iron grip, so it's you don't quite manage to get it out of his hand. However, it does go out for a moment when you hit it. So you did at least means that there's less burning that may happen as a result.
That's good.
But I was unable to set you on fire earlier. I kind of rolled secretly for that. But we'll see how these things go. All right. So that is you. And now we are over to, I believe it's zombie time. There's like one zombie left. There's one non-musician zombie left. He's going to try to hit Titus. He's going to fail to hit Titus. And the musicians continue playing. So that's the zombie. It is now, once again, Brocus's turn. What would you like to do?
Okay, I'm moving as fast as I can to here.
Mm-hmm.
And how many iron items can I see and grab as an action?
Well, you can typically pick up a thing. Usually, like pick up a weapon. So there are a few different iron weapons on this rack. It's you've got a spear, which is which is like a throwable object if you wanted that. You've got a there's a sort of a spiked chain that's on there.
Okay.
And I'll say there's a club as well. It's got kind of an iron head.
Okay, so if I drop my bow, could I take two things?
Ooh. Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, I drop my bow, take two things, and then I turn and I am going to use the dash now. I've got one space of movement left, so I'm going to try and dash towards Titus.
All right, so go ahead and roll your running die, which I believe is a 6. Oh, yeah, that's a 2. So you can make it 2. You can make it 2 spaces.
Yeah, and he's running and he's just holding out. I've got the spear in my hand and I'm just holding out the club.
All right. So that's what you're doing. So next round, Jim, you are getting a 10. Titus is getting a Queen of Diamonds. Theodrix is getting a King of Spades. Tiberius is getting a 5 of Diamonds. And the lone zombie, plus the backup band, got a 7. All right, so King of Spades, Theodrix, what you doing?
Oh boy, howdy. Okay. Sword is no longer on fire. Right?
That is correct. Not currently on fire.
Okay. Is the Emperor still shaken?
Yes, the Emperor is still shaken.
Shaken
Shaken with 2 wounds, very low down.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm just going to I'm going to I'm gonna use one more PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? No, let's use 3. Let's save one left. We're gonna do one more big old blast of lightning in his wonderful, glorious, majestic face. No one will know who this person is afterwards.
Blast his imperial face.
His Imperial Highness face. It's a
All right.
5.
Yeah, that's sufficient.
Hooray! Huzzah! It's only 8 this time.
Only 8. Let me check his toughness here. Okay, he's got a toughness of 10. Unfortunately, and again, he does have still have a certain degree of arcane resistance, so it's like he just sort of gives you a dirty look as this is going on. However, something that I've considered, a setting rule that I have considered using here is the gritty damage rule, or I think that's the name of the rule. I forget, but it does allow you to use bennies for damage. So if you still have one, you might be interested.
I have exactly one more.
You could reroll the damage. I will let you reroll the damage with it if you so desire.
I would love to use my last Benny to try to do as much damage as possible.
Very good.
Hey, it was better.
That is better.
Oh wait, that's an extra 6. Hang on.
Extra 6.
Yay! 11.
His arcane resistance is +2. That puts his toughness up to 12, unfortunately. So close! That was so close! You could roll anything other than a 1 there. However, yeah, it's still the lightning is currently arcing up and down him, so it's doing something. It's like, and going up and down the blade as well. And it looks like he's like sort of jerking a little bit now. So you did something to him. But that is your turn. He seems to be moving more slowly now. Queen of Diamonds, that once again goes to Titus. What you doing?
The Davus, Septimus, and Flavius are again going to lockstep push.
All right. Go ahead and do your strength roll +2 for each of them. Yeah, they'll each get a +2 on this. Oh, okay. So you got a couple of 6s. You get to re-roll each of those 6s and add. A 7 each. Okay. So that's a 7 each. And so he's got to beat a 7.
Well, it's 8 plus, because it's the +2, so that 6 becomes an 8, +1 is 9.
Well, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, you're right. Yeah, it's 9 each.
Yep.
9 for those two. So he's got to beat a 9. So his strength is a D12. It's going to be at -2. That's a 12. That's a 13, which is back down to an 11. So yeah, that unfortunately is not, he's still like, ah! And you see lightning crackling from this effect all over this shield wall as he's trying to push, and there's a lot of give. It's a lot of things trying to give back and forth. They're slow. They're wearing him down, and they've got his entire attention right now.
And that's the idea, is to keep his attention on them, so that Theodrix can do what they need to do.
Absolutely.
Titus is going to attack this last zombie, try to get it out of the way.
Unfortunately, it's not quite.
I'm going to use my last penny to reroll.
Feel free. Ah, there you go. All right. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's going to hit with a raise. So you're going to get an extra. You get bonus damage. Oh, good God, yes. Last zombie goes down. What does this look like as you defeat the last zombie that is fighting you?
It is perfunctory. It is professional. It is, I don't have time for this. It is a long sword, because he uses the spatha, so the scutums up. It is a beheading as he's turning to walk away towards the rack.
Excellent. So body sinks to its knees, headless body falls over. All right.
3, 4, 5, 6 to the rack, taking a look at these iron weapons.
Well, there was. Well, you do have. I will point out. On the way, Brocus is holding out a club. There is a spiked chain left on the rack, so you don't necessarily have to go all the way if you want to. If you just want to grab the club, if you want the chain, though, that's still on the rack.
I think he's going to take the chain.
All right, you got a chain.
Awesome.
Okay, moving now on to Jim. What do you want to do?
Okay, running. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Drop the club here, so that Septimus can pick it up if he desires. And he said this was a throwing spear.
Yeah, you can use it to throw if you so desire. So that's going to be athletics roll to throw it.
Oh, it's not shooting. No.
No, unfortunately, no. Throwing things is athletics.
Okay. Well, I'm still going to try and throw it.
Alrighty.
At the the Emperor.
You can also use it as just a sticking spear if you so desire. That would be fighting, but that's. Up to you.
No, I'm going to throw it.
All right.
I'm good at throwing as I am at fighting. So.
Lob that thing. Let's see what happens. That is a very good roll, my friend. Very good. All right. So you're getting a raise with this. Go ahead and let's see. A spear is ordinarily a d6, as I recall. So this is going to be 2d6 because plus your strength die since you're throwing it. So your whatever your strength die is plus your 2d6 plus a d. There you go. So that is a total of 15 on the damage. This does normal damage to him, and that hits his toughness with a raise. Tell me, how does it get him? Because he's about to go down.
As he skids to a halt, dropping the club to one side, he just goes back into a javelin pose and just hurls it as hard as he can, straight into the back of his head if he can. As it turns to look at Theodrix.
Yeah. So it's like the lightning's still coursing. He's like looking up. So Theodrix, as you see this, it's like as he's just sort of slowly moving, and says, "You will all be destroyed." And then you see a spear come through his head, because it's just coming out through the front, and he's like, and the light fades from his eyes. The miasma goes out.
Just want to reach forward with my staff and just like push him.
Yeah, well, the shield wall is like, like also helps to shove him. But yeah, no, you can help them. So he falls over. You poke him.
I think the Emperor is indeed dead. Yes.
Indeed, the Emperor is dead. The three remaining zombies pack away their music, and then they fall over.
Oh, good. We don't have to kill them.
Brockus will go and collect his bow that he left over here somewhere.
So, in the stillness that follows, finally, it just takes a few moments. The Emperor falls over.
Theodrix kind of takes out a the like decanter that's on their side and just kind of like drinks heavily.
I think for once Brockus will walk over and wordlessly put his hand out.
Hands at the second decanter that is also attached to their belt.
Don't tell anybody. And he takes a big drink.
So, at the door slowly opens. And Macro comes in after a minute. After he's sort of backing out, and he's just kind of it's like coming in. He's glancing in and he's looking around. He comes in. He closes the door behind him. This is rather more disarray than I left this room in, but would you care to tell me what happened?
The Emperor is dead. Long live the Emperor.
He steps forward, he looks down. Right, yes, well, I did say he was dead. That,
We just made sure he was dead.
Really?
Very good, very good. Right then. He after a little time passes and enough searching is done, the will is found, this room is locked down, this tiny fire is put out, and and people are not allowed into the chambers at this point, and there is a certain degree of mourning, but then the Macro finally comes out and reads the will. And it turns out, of course, that Tiberius has named as his successor his grandnephew Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus Germanicus. Where a number of the people in the crowd begin to take up a cheer as this happens, for they are now looking toward a bright new future. Finally, someone everyone likes is going to be the emperor, someone who is not out of his gourd and just sitting, wasting away in his palace while the borders of the empire shrink. They all a number of them start chanting, Gaius, Gaius, Gaius! But of course, the rest of them will, and those of you who were in the Legion, would know Gaius by this name, since he's hung out with you folks off and on since he was a kid. They chant out calling him by his nickname, and they all chant out, Caligula! 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 Surely he'll make a much better emperor. That brings us to the end of this session.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much for playing in this strange little Mythic Rome setting. It is much appreciated. We are going to, now that we have hit the end finally here, as things are going, and the future is looking very bright for Rome, probably. Well, maybe not. We'll find out more about that perhaps in next week's session, where there's another one-shot of this that I'm going to be running. That continues the story just a wee bit. But in the meantime, we're going to do our outros. We shall go around. And feel free to say, once again where folks can find you. And any thoughts about this session. And I can no longer remember what order I started in, so I'm just going to go counterclockwise. We're going to start with Kat.
Hi, I'm Kat. I'm at Cleric of Cord. Jim, thank you so much. Sundays are always kind of iffy as far as my schedule being open to play, and Ancient Rome is just, like I said, I love the setting. I love Roman military history especially, and so the chance to get to play that is just, I love it. It was great. This was so much fun. I really, really enjoyed it. Thank you so much. I'm Kat. I'm at Cleric of Cord. This is kind of what I do, play games on the internet. I'll have a pinned tweet up soon with some new season information, but this coming week, Tuesday night, you can find me on Mad Bird Streams playing a Tiefling Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer / Warlock in an all-evil campaign. Dina is a very sweet young girl who has a thing for fire. Lots of fire. And then Friday, I will be on Tales from the Grim in Friday Night Frights, where we'll be doing the second part of our Aliens campaign. If you are looking for horror in RPGs, this is the system. It's brutal, it is unforgiving, and it is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. And I've played Bluebeard's Bride with Jonathan Fry is my DM, so trust, this is terrifying. So come check us out if you're looking for some Friday Night Frights. And thank you again, Jim. This was great. And guys, it was a pleasure to meet you, Maria and other Jim. It was a pleasure to meet you guys and play with you. This was fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was awesome. Thank you for leaping in at the last minute to play in this. Yes, no, it was very cool. I'm so glad that you played that character, because it is an interesting one, and I like seeing what people do with it. Awesome. Well, let us now move around to Jim, the other Jim on the stream. Hi.
Hello again. Well, firstly, thank you. Great fun. Really enjoyed it. Thank you to Kat and Maria. It's been great fun meeting you and playing with you. And Jim, fantastically ran. Really enjoyed it. I'm new to the system. In fact, I'm new to this world, really. This is the first time I've ever been on a stream. I've played Roll20 a few times. I even created a Twitter account just for this. So I've made precisely one tweet. And I've retweeted one thing which is something that Maria put up, which I happened to notice. So I'm looking forward to doing an awful lot more, and hopefully I'll see you all again soon.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. This was a lot of fun seeing what you did with our with our Gaul warrior, and so it was delightful. And let us move on to Maria.
Hello. I'm Maria, and this was wonderful, Jim. Thank you for diving into ancient Rome, which was wonderful, and allowing me to do really ridiculous shenanigans. I am at Happy Capster on most every social media. I also stream sometime here on Twitch at Happy Capster. And I'm doing a lot of things these days with Variant Roles, which is a TTRPG streaming community, both on Twitter and here on the Twitch sphere. I'm going to be starting my own game soon on the 26th, so about a week from tomorrow. It's going to be about a 6-week run. Also Savage Worlds, but in space. It's going to be really cool. Sci-fi and all that fun stuff. But it's called Hellbind 7. If you want to see more about it, check out either Variant Roles or just my socials. And then just check my social for wherever I'm doing things if you like to see what I'm doing.
Yay! Thank you so much for playing. This was awesome. I always love it when someone plays the satyr. It is, I think, the most fun character in this whole batch. It was very awesome. Excellent. Well, as for me, I'm Jim Ryan. I am OtherDoc on both Twitch and Twitter. And my website is jimyesthatjim.com, where you can find my Geek Observation podcast and links to my various other podcasts, audio dramas, writings, and such. I've got links down below to my website, Twitter, and YouTube channel. On this channel here, on Tuesday, we are resuming our campaign of Amber Diceless. It's a short campaign we're doing this month. Once again, that's something that was very formative for me in my earlier years of running games, and it taught me a lot playing that, and so I'm excited to see where this little campaign goes. Things are already going off the rails at the start, but that's just how Amber is. Things are crazy powerful, and a lot of things come for you. So we'll see how that goes. On Fridays, I am over on Off the Table playing in their 1890s Urban Shadows campaign. It is things are heating up quite a lot, and conflict is going to come to a head, so we'll have to see what happens. On Saturdays, back on this channel, Saturday evenings, we play Invisible Sun as our long-form campaign of that called The Edge of Paradox. And there are several different things they're trying to do simultaneously, and then one thing they're trying very specifically not to do in an effort to get it to happen. So we'll see how that goes. It's a very sort of interesting existential approach. It's certainly a semi-surreal approach, so we'll see. That's the world, so we'll see how that what happens there. Then Sunday, 1 week from today, we'll have another one-shot. We do one-shots on Sundays. This Sunday we'll have the sequel to this, another one-shot in this setting of Mythic Rome, and we'll see how Caligula does as an emperor. A lot of people have very good feelings about it, and we'll see if that's warranted as things continue to happen to the Empire. Sign-ups right now are open on my website for that other Mythic Rome game. I actually have to check. We may be full at this point, but we might be able to cram one more person in for anyone who wants to dive in, so you can check that out. Sign-ups are also open right now through until the 28th for next month's short campaign, which will be Mashed. That is a Powered by the Apocalypse game about the Korean War and being in a mobile army surgical hospital. It's not based on the TV show, but it was a bit of an inspiration. So it's very much a personal drama. And I'm very interested in digging into that and seeing how it does. I've not really played the Powered by the Apocalypse stuff that I've played has been other genres, and only leans towards feelings if the players kind of make that happen. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes with something that's perhaps more designed for something like that. So we'll see how we'll see how that does. I'm very excited. But again, that's signups are open for that until the 28th. So feel free to go and check the sign-up form out there. That's, again, either click on sign up down below, or there's a game sign-up link on jimmyesthatgym.com. So go and free and check that out. As always, beginners are more than welcome. So when we hit the end card, I am going to send a raid over to, let's see, who shall it be? I'll go over to Welcome Party. The Welcome to the Party channel, as I don't think I've sent a lot over there. They're playing a D&D 3.5 homebrew, so any of you who wish to remember the past can come along and just feel free to hang out and say hi to them. I'll go ahead and send that raid. That will be when we hit the end card. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching, folks. Take care, and I will see you all of a sudden. Farewell.